Chapter 2889. Greetings, G-Man. When the bugle horn sounded, everyone shouted in unison. Most of the soul warriors prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence. Xiao Hua was a little stunned, but Xiao Mao, who was standing next to him, bowed elegantly. Although he had a respectful expression, he didn't seem to be panicking. Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia, and the rest looked at each other and followed Xiao Mao's example, bowing respectfully. Zi Ming naturally bowed. She originally wanted to pull Xiao Hua back, but when she saw Xiao Hua bow and smile, she didn't say anything else. It was as though Xiao Mao's etiquette conformed to the rules of Back Earth Stronghold. Everyone, please rise. G-Man walked to the stairs, lowered his head and looked down. He waved his hand and said in a soft voice, his tone filled with dignity. Thank you, G-Man. After everyone responded, they slowly stood up. Everyone, Meng Mountains is now facing a crisis that has never happened in the past 1,000,000 years. The weather is dry, and not a single grain is growing. The trillions of people in Meng Mountains are facing a life and death crisis. At this critical moment, the people of Meng Mountains, the descendants of the 12 great gods, must work together to overcome this crisis. Our unity is much more important than before. Unity is the foundation of an impregnable fortress. G-Man continued, no matter it is my Huda stronghold, Shibai stronghold, Jing Apple stronghold, King Ji stronghold, or even the tens of thousands of mega strongholds scattered all over Meng Mountains, we have to work together and get rid of all grudges. Only when we kneel down at the feet of the 12 great gods with a devout heart, and beg for the mercy of the 12 great gods, will we have a way to survive. We may be in charge of the shaman stronghold, or the power of souls, or even the bloodline of the 12 great gods, but we are just insignificant beings in this world, and cannot compare to the power of the 12 great gods. I believe that the 12 great gods will not forget us, and will not abandon their pitiful people. Besides, I also believe that the 12 great gods have heard our prayers, and have delivered the miracle that can solve the crisis in Meng Mountains. Today is the day that the netherworld eye of Huda village is opened. At this moment, in this place, when we are about to confess to you, God Hudu, we should thank you and implore you to open the netherworld eye, open the eye of miracles, and open our faith. Let us see the traces of the great God Hudu, let us see the Meng Mountains from the ancient age to the primordial age, and then from the primordial age to the present day. It is the great God's residence, and it is because of the great God's mercy that millions of my people can live in peace. As he spoke, G-Man also knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, begging the Huda great God to open her eyes. Seeing G-Man kneeling down, everyone panicked and hurriedly knelt down. Xiao Hua was a little surprised, and when he looked at Xiao Mao again, he saw that Xiao Mao's eyes were also filled with sincerity. Obviously, the 12 great gods that G-Man mentioned were the source of Xiao Mao's bloodline. Xiao Mao was no exception, and he also knelt down respectfully. Damn it. Xiao Hua was in a difficult position. He was a cultivator of the Daoist sect, and had nothing to do with the 12 great gods of soul cultivation. Even if the great gods wanted to protect them, they would protect the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, and would not extend their hands to the Daoist sect. Why should he kneel down for no reason? But right at this moment, roar. A loud roar came from the front of the square. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that it was Mingyu, who was lying on the stone table. At this moment, Mingyu's body was twisting rapidly, and a roar came from his mouth. However, although there were no ripples of energy, and no soul sense, Mingyu's body could not break free from the stone table no matter how hard he struggled. On Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, strange runes appeared. These runes appeared slowly, stroke by stroke, as if someone dipped a brush in Mingyu's blood and drew them on his abdomen. See green seal script. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he saw green seal script being written stroke by stroke. And these green seal runes were blood red. Is this the work of G-Man from the Huda village? Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately looked at G-Man, who was kneeling on the ground. But G-Man was very respectful, and did not move an inch. Of course, Xiao Hua had cultivated in soul techniques as well, and he knew that soul techniques didn't require the Daoist sect to form seals and control the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. However, even though he didn't dare release his soul sense, he didn't sense the existence of any soul energy at all. At this moment, the first green seal rune was completed. Wu, a strange wind blew, and the green seal rune flew out from Mingyu's body. Under the green seal rune, there was another wave of blood light. Long, 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 long. Although it was not the sound of thunder, it was louder than thunder. The green seal rune formed by the blood light suddenly turned into blood-red threads and scattered in the air. Everyone, including Xiaohua, felt their souls shake. This is the sound of the green seal rune. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He looked at Mingyu again, and saw that his entire body was trembling violently, as if a large hand was violently strangling his huge body. Woo woo woo! After the thunderous roar, a huge gust of wind blew out from the green seal text. The wisps of blood also fused with the wind, and a gust of wind filled with a faint green light shot into the sky. Before the pillar of wind could disappear, pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions of the Huda stockade, and covered the entire sky. The art of clouds and rain. Xiaohua's mind raced. But before he could look at the dark clouds, the second green seal rune appeared on Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, and a large amount of blood shot into the sky. Woo woo woo! This time, the sound was very muffled, as if it came from the mouth and nose of a giant. After this sound, countless hurricanes rushed into the sky, and whistled in all directions. Looking at the changes in the sky, Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking of something. If there was a third green seal character, perhaps there should be lightning and thunder, perhaps there should be rain falling, right? Unfortunately, in just a moment, the third green seal rune shot into the sky, and a dazzling green light flashed, and a huge light ball covered the entire stone table. The poor Mingyu had no strength to struggle. Now, in the light ball, he only moved a little, and a shadow visible to the naked eye flew out from his body. Crack crack crack, a small green lightning bolt came out from the light ball, and hit the panicked soul of Mingyu. Then, a small crack appeared in the middle of the light ball. Gee, after a small chirp, a black shadow flashed out from the crack. The black shadow was like a big mouth, rushing towards Mingyu's soul, and swallowing it in an instant. Then, the black shadow suddenly expanded, and a strange human figure with a human body and a snake tail was revealed. And this human figure had 7 arms on its back. Hiss! Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a bit unimaginable. Greetings, hooded great god. A loud voice came from all around the square. It was the worship of all the people of Meng Mountain. What should we do? Xiaohua didn't know what to do. However, before he could think of anything else, an extremely cold and emotionless fluctuation swept through the entire plaza. An extremely powerful deterrent spread out from the black shadow to the entire plaza. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were bowing slightly, but now, they couldn't resist at all. Plop. 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 Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia fell to the ground, their faces pale. Obviously, they couldn't resist this indescribable deterrence. As for Xiaohua, he also felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, and that unparalleled force pushed him to the ground. But, the moment he knelt on the ground, in the Buddha fire of the Buddha Sarira, the faint, almost inaudible golden thread slowly emitted a gentle wave. Although the wave was small, it was like the grass under the cliff, tenacious and persistent. A faint force of support came from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to push one knee to the ground, and the other leg trembled, but didn't fall. Xiaohua raised his head slightly, staring at the black shadow, and persisted. Woo! The shadow of hooded great god in the black shadow suddenly moved, but it didn't rush towards Xiaohua. That unparalleled deterrence, and the wave retreated from the square like a tide, rushing toward the door behind the stone table. Boom! The beast heads above the door opened up, and under the impact of the wave, a 10 feet wide whirlpool was formed. After the black shadow and the green ball of light rushed into the whirlpool, they immediately disappeared, and the whirlpool also slowly disappeared. Then, a ray of sunlight fell from the sky, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated. The raging wind in the sky also disappeared. "Farewell, hooded great god." Another respectful voice sounded. After half a cup of tea's time, G-Man of Huda's stronghold stood up from the ground. After she stood up, the first thing she looked at was Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to pay attention to this. He frowned slightly as he looked at the still closed door. Because when everyone was kneeling on the ground, he clearly saw that right after the shadow of Huda Great God appeared, the crack in the sky disappeared, and then the shadow directly rushed toward the door. Everyone, G-Man glanced at Xiaohua, then looked at Ziming who just stood up, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Then, she turned to the square and waved her hand. "The netherworld eye has been opened. Huda Great God might not come to Huda's stronghold to hear our sincere prayers, but her clone has already come. She hasn't forgotten about us. Opening the netherworld eye is the same as opening the source of the inheritance of the Huda Great God." As he spoke, G-Man waved his hand, and a palm-sized bone staff appeared in his hand. A strand of light green radiance flashed, and it struck the tightly shut door. Bang! The two doors above the door vanished abruptly, and it revealed a pitch-black expanse behind it. Chapter 2890. Oh. It's not the usual hall. It's... Xiaohua's eyes never left the hall door. The moment the door disappeared, he could see everything behind the darkness. There was a huge passage behind the door, and a cold wind was blowing out from it. This cold wind was different from the usual night wind. When it blew onto Xiaohua's body, an indescribable chill was born from Xiaohua's heart. It was as if the cold wind could blow through his body. The netherworld wind? Xiaohua felt the familiar cold wind and frowned. There seems to be a difference. Woo woo woo, as the cold wind blew, all of the motionless banners on the square immediately began to flutter. Even the banners at the four corners of the square began to move. It was as if only the cold wind could make all the banners move. All the soul warriors raised the bugle horn in their hands at the same time and blew it. The sound of the bugle horn immediately echoed throughout the plaza and even spread out to the entire Huda stronghold. Roar roar roar, a burst of cheers came from the plaza, causing Xiaohua to look away from the passage. When he saw the situation in the plaza, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone in the plaza, regardless of gender, was dancing with the cold wind and the bugle horn. Their postures were exactly the same as what he saw in the Bite and stronghold. Around Xiaohua, even Ziming had a smile on his face as he jumped up and down happily. Fairy Hongxia's face was still pale. She sneaked to Xiaohua's side and whispered, "Just now, the Huda god's avatar was really powerful. This netherworld eye. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. You must be careful." Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia didn't want him to go, but because of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, he had to go. This was why she was so eager to warn him. The plaza was filled with cheers and laughter. Only Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Fairy Hongxia seemed to be out of place. However, everyone's face was filled with sweet smiles. It seemed that with the protection of the Huda god, all the difficulties in front of them were just passing clouds. The celebration went on for the time it took to finish a meal, and only then did the crowd slowly come to a stop. G-Man from Huda Stockade came before the door, glanced around and said, "Most of the soul wood and soul beasts in Meng Mountains are taken from the netherworldly eyes, and according to the Magus Codex of Huda Stockade, even the millet seeds are produced from the netherworldly eyes. But for many years, we've been focusing on the soul wood and soul beasts, we've never paid attention to millet seed. Now that Meng Mountains is facing a great calamity, it is the great deity Hudu who is admonishing us, telling us not to forget our roots, and not to treat the words of the great deity Hudu as a passing wind. Therefore, when the netherworld eye opened this time, in addition to looking for ordinary soul wood, many warriors also wanted to look for millet seeds. May the great deity Huda help you. Warriors of Huda's stronghold, the heavy burden of saving Meng Mountains has fallen on your shoulders." Woo woo woo, the horn sounded again. The millet seed is in the netherworld eye? Xiaohua's eyes turned and whispered to Ziming, also, aren't we the only ones entering the netherworld eye? Unexpectedly, Ziming frowned as well. He pondered for a while, then said, this. I don't know the origin of millet seed, and according to what I know, the origin of millet seed has never been recorded in the Magus Code. Today, G-Man sent soul warriors to the netherworld eye to look for the millet seed. As for whether there are others entering the netherworld eye, it doesn't matter to us. There are even benefits. Xiaohua nodded. All right, after the sound of the bugle horn faded, G-Man waved her hand and said, however, before the brave warriors enter the netherworld's eye, this old one has an interesting matter that I would like to explain to you. After that, G-Man from Jingapple village told them about how he had requested to use the Netherlink mirror from Huda village, as well as how Xiao Mao and the others had requested to use the Netherlink mirror at the same time. In the end, he said, young Mistress Ziming's old friend and young Master Zai's best friend are all here. Regardless of their identity, they are all Daoist cultivators of Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that this old woman had some difficulties, she definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for G-Man, young Lady Ziming, and young Master Ziyi. Thus, under G-Man's suggestion, we all sent people to the netherworld eye. If my Jingxiang village returns with the twilight moon seed first, then this old woman has the authority to use the netherworld mirror twice. If young Master Xiao and the others from the Dao sect obtain the netherworld orchid seed first, then this old woman can only use the netherworld mirror once. This old woman will say this in front of G-Man and all of you. I hope that all of you can bear witness to this. The people of Meng Mountains are definitely not people who bully distant guests. Oh, hearing this, many soul warriors finally understood the reason why Xiaohua and the other Daoist cultivators had appeared here. Of course, some kind and vicious gazes and soul senses swept over again. Everyone. Seeing this, Ziming took a step forward and held Xiaohua's hand. She said, Xiaohua, young Master Xiao is Zai's best friend. Furthermore, they are all Daoist cultivators and are not aware of the dangers within the netherworld eye. If they were to enter alone, they would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. This kind of situation should not happen to the hospitable people of Meng Mountains like us. Thus, Zai is willing to accompany young Master Xiao into the netherworld eye. Of course, when choosing the twilight moon and the netherworld orchid, Zai chose the netherworld orchid, which is rarely seen in the netherworld eye. To my Huda village, the Jingapple village is also an important guest. Zai does not dare to treat them poorly. Everyone was a little surprised. However, they soon came to a realization. Some admired Zai's loyalty, and some knew the reason why G-Man from Huda village sent out so many soul warriors. Either way, it's an interesting matter. Huda village's G-Man saw that the matter was clear. He laughed and said, if my Huda village's netherworld mirror could be used 4 times, then this situation would not have happened. This is also the reason why the great god Huda wants us to enter the netherworld eye. I believe that all of the brave warriors here will return with a full load. Woo-woo, all of the bugles sounded again. Roar roar, some of the soul warriors also let out sounds. Clearly, it was time to enter the netherworld eye. Young Master Xiao, let us enter first. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand and did not let go as he said with a smile. All right, Zai, please. Xiaohua turned to look at Fairy Hongxia. At this moment, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were not on Ziming's hand. Instead, she was looking at Xiaohua worriedly. When she saw Xiaohua nodding at her, she smiled as well. However, her heart was already in her throat. If she was only slightly worried a few days ago, now that she saw how powerful the great god Hudu's soul clone was, she was very worried about Xiaohua entering the netherworld eye. It was as if she had a premonition that this trip would not be simple. Zai and Xiaohua walked up the stairs hand in hand. The two of them bowed to G-Man. G-Man looked at Xiaohua from head to toe a few times before looking at Ziming. His eyes were filled with warmth. Zai, although the netherworld eye is not very dangerous, that was decades ago. Now that Meng Mountains has changed, the netherworld eye might have changed as well. You must be careful in there. G-Man said gently, if you can't get the Netherworld orchid, don't force it. The Netherworld mirror can only be used once. If the second time is not urgent, it won't be too late to use it after 10 years. Yes, the boy understands. When Zi-Ming heard this, he seemed to be a little sad. He knew that from now on, Zai would not be able to appear in front of everyone. With tears in his eyes, he bowed and said, "Thank you, G-Man." Then, he clenched his teeth and held back his tears. He pulled Xiaohua and quickly walked into the hall. Looking at the disappearing figures of Xiaohua and Zi-Ming, G-Man's eyes were indifferent. There was nothing special about it. Then, the two elders of Jing Apple Village, Ji Lan and Lin Ming, also entered. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit warriors who were waiting in the square lined up and entered the dark passage. Fairy Hongxia and the others followed Zi-Ming to the square at dawn. It was already late in the morning. And with the passing of time, the sun slowly hung above their heads. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun was scorching hot. But everyone's eyes were looking at the silent hall door and the dark passage. They didn't seem to feel the scorching heat of the sun. Unfortunately, their eager gazes were not the hands of the hooded great god. They couldn't pull the people they were waiting for out of the Netherworld eye. Even when the sky was no longer scorching hot and the evening mist was everywhere, no one appeared in the passage. Because of this, even G-Man of Huda Village, who had always been indifferent, showed a hint of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, everyone knew that this trip to the Netherworld eye, something might have happened. The other spirit warriors didn't dare to say anything, but the elders were whispering to each other. After all, the Netherworld eye opened at dawn and closed at midnight. Under normal circumstances, a spirit warrior should have appeared as early as noon. This. Fairy Hongxia had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. She seemed to recall the time when she was cultivating alone in the Valley of Ice. Xiaohua had appeared with extreme surprise. According to Xiaohua, he had been blown to the Valley of Ice by the wind of the Netherworld when he was cultivating in the Netherworld. How far was the Valley of Ice from Mingxi? Xiaohua was actually blown to her side. What about the Netherworld eye? It was probably several times more powerful than Mingxi, right? As long as my darling Xiao is alive, it's fine. No matter where he goes. Fairy Hongxia prayed in her heart. As long as he's alive, I'll have hope. I'll definitely be able to accompany him in this world. I don't ask for anything like everlasting. I only ask for him to be in my heart, and me to be in his heart. Time flew by quickly, and the moonlight had already scattered down. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. At this moment, within the passageway, the entire palace, and the entire square, there was an abnormally loud sound. The ground shook violently, and strange changes suddenly occurred. Chapter 2891. Xiaohua followed Zi-Ming into the palace. Inside the pitch-black passage, a strange cold wind blew. This cold wind was extremely bone-piercing, and there was even a thick smell of blood. Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this smell. It was the Netherworld wind that he encountered in the Netherworld. Looks like, this Netherworld is really big. Xiaohua very naturally began to guess what the Netherworld was, and estimated what he might encounter in a while. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt a slight sweet fragrance pounce into his mouth and nose. His left arm also touched a soft and warm body. Even the soft hand that had been holding his hand suddenly became hot, and within the heat, there was a trace of moisture. That sweet fragrance was very strange. Not only was it not blown away by the wind of the Netherworld, it was even denser. When Xiaohua breathed it in, he actually felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his heart. His hand could not help but clench that hand tightly. That hand seemed to feel Xiaohua's strength, and at the same time, increased its strength, and even intertwined its 5 fingers, clenching Xiaohua's hand tightly. The moment the 5 fingers intertwined, Xiaohua hesitated. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he sighed in his heart. It was said that the dark night could make a person brave, and it was indeed so. Although Zi Ming did not have any chance to express the feelings in his heart, once there was a chance for the feelings to ferment, he immediately became uncontrollable like a wild horse. In the instant Xiao Hua hesitated, Zi Ming successfully grasped Xiao Hua's hand, and even grabbed it twice, making it even more comfortable. Then, that warm body snuggled closer. Cough cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice, and whispered, Zi Yi. Hearing the name, Zi Yi, that warm body immediately stiffened, and slightly moved away from Xiao Hua. However, that hand was still holding on, and did not relax in the slightest. Young Master Xiao, Zi Ming's voice recovered, and said somewhat timidly, this concubine, Sai, this concubine is a woman, and not Zi Yi. If it was someone else, this concubine was purely trying to cover it up, but this concubine could not deceive herself when facing young master. But Xiao Hua hesitated, as if he was afraid of hurting Zi Ming, and said in a low voice, ever since this Xiao saw you, I have always thought of you as Zi Yi. In fact, when he saw you earlier, he even thought that you were Zi Ming and had a lot of hostility towards you. Hee, Zi Ming chuckled and clenched her fists even tighter. That's because this concubine's disguise was too good. Even young master didn't notice. Xiao Hua tried to pull his hand away, but it didn't move. Instead, it made Zi Ming grip his hand even tighter. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Actually. Zi Ming sighed and said, actually, for so many years, it's been hard for me to disguise myself as Midnight. Although I can't bear to part with Midnight, I really want to revive him and let him be the real Midnight in my Huda's stronghold. However, I never thought that this path would be so difficult. In front of others, this concubine has to act out the two of us perfectly. In the beginning, this concubine was really scared and treading on thin ice, afraid that others would see through any flaws. In this concubine's heart, it's also hard. Not only is it hard to change my identity, but it's also hard to bear this burden in my heart. Just like what this concubine said earlier, this concubine's only wish in this life is to revive Midnight. This is also the biggest motivation for this concubine to repair the soul-falling lamp and seize the position of G-Man. This burden has been crushing this concubine's heart for so many years. This concubine doesn't dare to think too much, for fear of disturbing the guilt this concubine feels towards Midnight. Do you know? Perhaps this concubine didn't feel it in Sky Patrol City. Even when I returned to Meng Mountains, this concubine didn't think too much. However, when I saw young Master Xiao in that barren mountain, this concubine really doesn't know how to express the joy this concubine felt. Zi Ming's voice was still secretly pouring out, but in just a moment, this concubine realized that you belong to Midnight and not Zi Ming. Even if Zi Ming is real and Midnight is fake. How could Zi Ming not know young Master Zhao's hostility towards Zi Ming? Even if Fairy Hongxia is dissatisfied with this concubine has long felt it. However, young Master Xiao is Midnight's only confidant, and this concubine's only confidant. This concubine is willing to suffer for young Master's sake. Just over 10 days ago, when this concubine decided to end Midnight's story, this concubine suddenly felt a sense of relief. Zi Ming's hand was a little warm. All of a sudden, I felt like my life was full of sunshine again, and everything that belonged to me was back in my hands. Then, Xiao Hua's hand stopped moving. He could really feel the tenacity and pain in this woman's heart, the feeling of carrying an unspeakable burden. Aren't you going to resurrect Midnight? Young Master, this concubine has said before, this is this concubine's lifelong pursuit. Midnight died because of this concubine will not give up any chance to resurrect Midnight in this lifetime. Zi Ming did not hesitate and continued, however, using the soul-setting lamp to resurrect the dead is after all just a legend, even Elder Wu doesn't know how to do it. Unless this concubine's cultivation base reaches the 9th heaven of spirit origin, or even the legendary 3 heavens beyond the heavens. Or if I can learn the 365 heaven-piercing green seal scripts that have been lost in Meng Mountains for a long time, then, there is a slight possibility. 3 heavens beyond the heavens? 365 green seal scripts. Xiao Hua couldn't help but mutter a few times in the dark. Zi Ming seemed to have heard him, and said again, unfortunately, these are all legends. Even if this concubine can cultivate the ordinary ninth heaven of spirit origin, and her soul can soar through the 9 heavens, this concubine can never reach the 3 heavens beyond the heavens, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Almighty. Or perhaps, this concubine is willing to learn all 365 green seal scripts, and use my life in exchange for Midnight's resurrection. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask more, but after hearing Zi Ming's sad and tearful narration, how could he still have such thoughts? His hand tightened a little, and he said with a smile, no matter what Zi Ming does, this Xiao will do his best to help. This Xiao believes that as long as Zi Ming has the heavens in your heart, even the 3 heavens beyond the heavens can be broken through. You called me Zi Ming? Zi Ming's voice was actually stuttering, as if she was wild with joy. Silly child. You are Zi Ming, and you don't want to deceive yourself anymore. Why would this Xiao repeat the same mistake? Xiao Hua said with a smile, as if Zi Ming was an ignorant child. Xiao Lang. Zi Ming leaned her body closer to Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua could feel Zi Ming's burning hot face on his arm. Sigh, this tunnel is indeed pitch black. But aren't we still deceiving ourselves now? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, and was about to say something. But Zi Ming had already spoken first. Xiao Lang, this concubine knows that I am an uncivilized girl from Meng Mountain, and I don't deserve to call you Xiao Lang. But, please allow this concubine to be presumptuous for once, and I will only call you young Master Xiao Lang in this netherworld eye. After leaving this place, this concubine will never. Xiao Hua quickly stretched out his hand, and his right index finger accurately pressed on Zi Ming's cherry lips, and said with a smile, there are some words that can't be said. Although Xiao Hua didn't lower his head to look at Zi Ming, but when he suddenly felt a warm and wet sensation on his finger, he was so scared that he immediately retracted his finger. Hee. Zi Ming laughed. This concubine has never been so happy in her entire life. Che, Xiao Hua laughed. Walking in the snow in Sky Patrol City is also not bad. Hee, that's right. Zi Ming said happily, because of Zai's matter, Zi Ming has always regarded herself as a man. But, I didn't expect to meet such a strange person like Xiao Lang in Sky Patrol City. To be honest, this concubine still doesn't understand, is there really love at first sight in this world? When this concubine thought about how bold we were that day, and how this concubine gave you the soul-falling lamp without the slightest hint of disappointment, this concubine felt extremely strange. This. Xiao Hua immediately thought of Jiu Xia, and was a little tongue-tied. This should be called familiarity at first sight, and not love at first sight. What do you think? This concubine feels that, whether it is love at first sight or familiarity at first sight, it is love at first sight. Zi Ming laughed. Isn't this concubine in you? This Xiao Hua liked this kind of ambiguity in his heart, but he still didn't want to hide it from her and wanted to speak again. But Zi Ming promptly interrupted him and laughed. Xiao Lang, this concubine will be G-Man of Huda Village in the future. My future children will definitely be G-Man and Wu Lao, and Fu Man must spend her life in Huda Village. This concubine has already decided. This concubine will only aim to revive Zai. And when the time is ripe, this concubine will give the position of G-Man to someone else. Ahem, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, coughed twice, raised his right hand, and whispered, this should be the end of this passage in front, right? Oh. Is it? Zi Ming hesitated, and when she looked up, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This concubine remembers that this passage is very long, but I didn't expect, today, after walking for a while, we have already reached the end. This happiness, is it also like this? Is the time of joy always short? The end is also the starting point. Xiao Hua said, trying to pull his finger out, but Zi Ming held it tightly, as if a woman had just opened her heart, and didn't allow him to leave at all. Outside the Netherworld path is the Yellow Springs Great Hall. Zi Ming said with a smile, above the Yellow Springs Great Hall, there is a soul formation that my Huda village has kept for hundreds of thousands of years, and the Netherworld Eye is under the soul formation. Alright, this Xiao will follow Zi Ming. Wherever Zi Ming goes, this Xiao will go. Xiao Hua said casually, but after he finished speaking, he realized that his words had a double meaning. Alas, with Xiao Lang, even the netherworld eye is a place of happiness. Ziming sighed slightly. Ziming would rather stay in the netherworld eye with Xiao Lang. Don't, Xiao Hua hurriedly said. Ziming has Ziming's responsibility, this Xiao also has this Xiao's mission. This idea of staying in the netherworld eye, please, don't think about it. Chapter 2892. Ha ha ha, darling, Xiao is really interesting. Hearing Xiao Hua say, please, Ziming immediately laughed. Clearly, no one had ever told her this before. Poor child. Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that Ziming's identity was here, and she had always appeared as Midnight. She really lacked love and care. She felt that his normal words were very good, so it was clear that no one would normally speak to her. Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Ziming leaned against Xiao Hua's left arm and walked out of the pitch-black netherworld path with a smile on her face. At the end of the netherworld path, light shone brightly. It was an extremely strange space. This so-called Yellow Springs Great Hall was like an oval-shaped chicken egg, covering the entire space. On the four walls of the Great Hall, there were many revolving diagrams. These diagrams were similar to the banners outside the Great Hall. Each and every one of them was a beast head that couldn't be seen normally. However, behind these beast heads, there were different carvings. These carvings were big and small. The big ones were close to 10 zhang long, and the small ones were only a foot long. These beast heads were surrounded by many wave-like lines, which seemed to be similar to ordinary flowing water. However, if one looked carefully, each of these wave-like lines were formed by white bones. However, these white bones could now be bent, just like water ripples. However, this couldn't attract Xiao Hua's attention. As soon as Xiao Hua stepped out of the netherworld path, his gaze fell on the ground of the Great Hall. Because this Great Hall was covered in skeletons. Layers upon layers of snow-white skeletons, each with a pitch-black mouth and a pitch-black hole, were scattered on the ground like pieces of gravel. It was unknown where the light in the Great Hall came from, but when it shone on these skeletons, it was reflected back. A layer of indescribable light appeared on the ground of the Great Hall, as if the Great Hall was a layer of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Great Hall really lives up to its name. Xiao Hua sighed. He didn't even release his soul sense. In front of a soul warrior like Ziming, Xiao Hua's soul cultivation was no more than that of a child. Indeed. Because of the light, Ziming was already embarrassed to snuggle between Xiao Hua's arms, but he was still unwilling to pull his hand out. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, he looked at Xiao Hua's face and said with a smile. Under the light, Xiao Hua's sword-like eyebrows were pitch black, and his phoenix-like eyes were also faintly sparkling. His thin lips were closed together, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile. Sigh. Ziming looked like she was smiling like a flower, but she sighed in her heart. Since we are not fated, why should we know each other? Fate could not surpass this. Oh. Seeing Ziming staring at him, Xiao Hua turned to look at Ziming's face and asked curiously, "Is there any other explanation for this Yellow Springs Hall?" Oh. Ziming's face blushed as she smiled. The Yellow Springs Road is meant for undead to walk. The purpose of building the Yellow Spring Palace here is to block off the Yellow Spring Road, to prevent those dead souls and nether beasts from rushing into Meng Mountains when the Netherworld Eye is opened. Nether beasts? Xiao Hua pointed his finger and said, "These should all be." Yes, Ziming nodded. The Yellow Springs Road, the Netherworld Sea, there are countless nether beasts inside, and these are only the ones that can be seen normally. Ziming, you say, is there really a netherworld in this world? Oh, or is this netherworld really the world of undead? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and finally asked. This. Ziming did not expect Xiao Hua to ask this. After thinking for a moment, she explained, "Actually, according to the records of my Meng Mountains shaman canon, the hooded great deity transformed into the netherworld and became an independent reincarnation, which is not connected to any other world. Only the dead souls can enter through a way that no one knows. As for this netherworld sea, the Yellow Springs Road, and so on, they seem to be places where malicious spirits, vengeful spirits, and other existences that are different from us humans live. Moreover, if the netherworld is really the world of undead, Ziyi would have been resurrected long ago. Can I worry about it for the rest of my life? Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to ask something again, Ziming smiled and said, Xiaohua, there are a lot of secrets in my Meng Mountains, and even the Wheel of Heavenly Tao. If you are interested, you might as well come to my Huda stockade. In the future, the stockade's accumulation will definitely satisfy your curiosity. Xiaohua smiled and did not answer. He continued to ask, in other words, a soul warrior like Ziming who can control malicious spirits also does not know the difference between the Netherworld Sea and the Netherworld Sea? It's not just me. Ziming pursed her lips and said, even the Grand Shaman, and even the Shaman King of Meng Mountains, I'm afraid they don't know. Shaman King. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After hearing about the Grand Shaman and Ji-Man, he once again heard the title of Shaman King. Let's go. Xiaohua, we are going in. Ziming naturally turned her head and took a glance. She patted her hand and took out the bone staff from the soul nest. She pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand, looked at Xiaohua with a smile, and began to chant. Following Ziming's witchcraft incantation, the bone staff began to emit a dark green brilliance. This brilliance became more and more dazzling in the Yellow Spring Palace. However, as time passed, the bone staff became heavy again. Moreover, a trace of dark red appeared on Ziming's face, as if it was quite strenuous. Go! Just when Xiaohua was a little worried, Ziming pointed the bone staff in her hand. The dark green brilliance rushed out of the bone staff and landed on a layer of skeletons. Swoosh! Like a great wave washing away sand, the green color dyed the white color, and the yellow spring instantly disappeared. At the same time, an oval burning with green flames suddenly appeared in the green color. Immediately after, the oval strangely stood upright, and actually became a fire circle like a moon gate. Xiaohua, Ziming's face was clearly pale. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiaohua's hand, and said with a forced smile, the Yellow Spring Gate has already opened. Are you willing to accompany this concubine to the 9 underworlds? Xiaohua originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but looking at Ziming's slightly pale face, this face could not be compared to Fairy Hongxia, and even more so, it could not be compared to Zhou Xia. However, the eyes on this face were extremely hot, and did not lose out to anyone in the slightest. Forget it, it's just this trip anyway. Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not avoid it. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, and the corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Xiaohua could clearly see that there was actually an extremely deep dimple on Ziming's right cheek, and her smile was very sweet. Holding Xiaohua's hand, Ziming stretched out her left hand, and pushed it forward. The fire circle suddenly rushed out a strong gust of netherworld wind, blowing towards the two of them. In an instant, Ziming's long hair was blown up, and a few strands of black hair also landed on Xiaohua's face. Whoosh, in just a moment, a dark green light barrier appeared in Ziming's hand, blocking all of the netherworld wind. Then, Ziming took a step forward, and walked towards the Yellow Spring door. A strange scene appeared. As Ziming and Xiaohua held hands and disappeared from the fire circle that was as flat as a piece of paper, the fire circle suddenly exploded, and all of the jade flames scattered in all directions, igniting the entire Yellow Spring Hall. When the two elders of the Jing Apple Village arrived, they looked at the jade flames all over the ground, and a helpless smile appeared on their faces. Xiaohua followed Ziming into the Yellow Spring door, and he only felt a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes. He did not feel any pressure of being teleported, and his entire surroundings were filled with a layer of dark green. Xiaohua, close your eyes for a moment. Ziming said considerately, the netherworld I hear is blocked by the green seal text talisman, and the brilliance of the green seal text can easily cause the naked eye to be unable to adapt. Moreover, it's best for cultivators not to release their divine sense, or it will be corroded by the netherworld wind. Okay. Xiaohua obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened them. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the green brilliance was no longer glaring. Seeing Xiao Hua being so obedient, Ziming suddenly felt a kind of warmth in his heart. These 6 are all the netherworld eye? Xiao Hua looked around and saw that he was standing on a stone step, and below the stone step, in a huge space, there were 6 circular deep holes that were enveloped by a dark green brilliance. These deep holes were arranged neatly, with 2 in a group and 3 in a triangular shape. The entire space was filled with the netherworld wind, and the dark green brilliance in the deep holes was like an eye that was being blown up. Above the eye, a brilliance overflowed, and it was indeed similar to a real eye. As expected of the name Netherworld Eye, Xiao Hua saw this and could not help but praise. He, Xiao Hua, this is nothing. Ziming said with a smile, if you see the existence inside the Netherworld Eye, you will definitely be flabbergasted, and your eyeballs will fall out. Oh? Really? Xiao Hua was surprised, I don't really believe it. Just you wait. Ziming clapped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped soul tool from the soul nest. He chanted another incantation, and the soul tool slowly expanded. Isn't this my Daoist sex flying magic tool? Seeing a flying boat similar to a boat being born, Xiao Hua was indeed somewhat surprised. Who said that only your Daoist sect has flying magic tools, and my Meng Mountain doesn't? Ziming's eyes contained a smile, and he glanced at Xiao Hua and said, my Meng Mountain has many, and they are not inferior to your Daoist sect's methods. You will slowly come to know in the future. Speaking up to here, the corners of Ziming's mouth were secretly bitter. When the flying boat that could accommodate 2 people took shape, Ziming jumped in first and stretched out his hand. Come, Xiao Hua, I will let you see the magic of my Meng Mountain's flying boat, and the mystery of my Huda Stronghold's Netherworld Eye. Good, I want to ask for advice. Xiao Hua had already experienced life and death in Ming Shi's Netherworld Wind. Although he did not have the Phoenix celestial body now, he was not unfamiliar with the Netherworld Wind. He said with a smile and also jumped in. However, before he could stand firm, Ziming's hand had already stretched out, as if he wanted to cherish every moment in the Yellow Springs Palace. Xiao Hua saw that Ziming was already slightly shy, but he seemed to be used to it, and he sighed in his heart. After all, he had only treated Ziming as Zai before, and it was not easy for him to get used to it. Chapter 2893. Xiao Lang, sit tight. Ziming reminded Xiao Yu. She chanted a soul incantation and pointed the bone staff. The airboat slowly flew up and flew toward one of the Netherworld Eyes. When it was above the Netherworld Eye, the airboat emitted a dark green brilliance. This brilliance formed a soul incantation in the air and fell into the Netherworld Eye like snowflakes. Goo-goo, a sound like spring water gushing was heard. The Netherworld Eye's brilliance also flourished, as if it had opened its eyes. A green beam of light shot out and covered the airboat. The airboat tilted slightly and immediately fell into the Netherworld Eye. Xiao Hua stood on the airboat and saw layers of green light overflowing on the airboat. It was similar to the protective brilliance of the flowing cloud airboat. Moreover, this airboat was transparent. It was as if there was nothing under his feet. He could clearly see the situation around him. As the airboat rushed into the Netherworld Eye, a strong Netherworld wind caused the airboat to be a little bumpy. Even the green light shield on the left was extremely swaying, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Inside the Netherworld Eye, what met Xiao Hua's gaze were iron corpses similar to the 9 divine guards. These iron corpses stood on the rock wall inside the Netherworld Eye. The rock wall was layered, and there were 9 iron corpses on each layer. Xiao Hua saw that there were more than 10 layers, which meant that there were nearly 100 iron corpses. Oh! He was a little stunned. This Netherworld Eye, didn't I say it before? The 9 divine guards are inside the Netherworld Eye. Naturally, there are iron corpses here. Ziming smiled. Are there iron corpses in the other 5 Netherworld Eyes? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. Yes, there are iron corpses in every Netherworld Eye. Ziming answered without hesitation. It's just that the exact number is uncertain. Then, is every netherworld eye the same, or is the netherworld eye you chose different? Xiao Hua asked again. The netherworld eye I chose is naturally different. Ming said with a smile. If it's the same, then how can I be so sure of winning? As for why it's different, Xiao Lang will know in a moment. Okay, Xiao Hua looked at the flying boat slowly descending against the wind. The iron corpses were like guards standing by the side, nodding slightly. The flying boat fell straight down for the size of a meal. It was probably over 10,000 feet, but it seemed that there was no end to the netherworld eye. What made Xiao Hua astonished was that there seemed to be no end to the number of iron corpses as they kept swaying in front of him. Ming. Just how many iron corpses does your Huda stronghold have? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. As for the specific number, I really don't know. Ming said with a smile. Only old Wu knows this secret. However, in my opinion, even if it isn't 200,000, it should be at least 100,000. So many. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the strength of the 9 divine guards. They were more powerful than late Foundation establishment stage cultivators and were almost comparable to Jindan. If the Huda stronghold had 200,000 iron corpses with the strength of Jindan, then the Dao sect and ordinary Shuzhen sects, let alone ordinary sects, even the Imperial Thunder sect, would be unable to withstand a single blow, right? But before Xiao Hua could recover from his shock, Ming's words made Xiao Hua's jaw drop. However, this doesn't count for much. According to Old Wu, there are still flying iron corpses, flying copper corpses and so on in Meng Mountains. Although their strength can't compare to Hanba, they are still more powerful than the 9 divine guards of my Huda stronghold. Moreover, there are over 1 million of them. Is that true? Xiao Hua was somewhat in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Ming said with a smile. That's why your Dao sect cultivators are so narrow-minded. You always think that my Meng Mountain soul warriors are uncivilized and think of your Shuzhen 3 kingdoms like sword cultivators. In fact, if we wanted to, how could you be our match? That might not be the case. Xiao Hua immediately realized. Your Meng Mountain's iron corpses and copper corpses are many, but they are all dead objects and still need soul warriors to control them. And these soul warriors, I'm afraid they won't be easy opponents for my Dao sect cultivators. Moreover, my Dao sect's nascent soul stage and deity stage masters are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid you guys won't be easy to deal with. What my dear Xiao says makes sense. However, I've never thought of starting a war with the Dao sect, nor have I thought much about this. Hearing this, Xiao Hua thought of another matter and asked, Ming, when you drove the flying ship and waved the bone staff, the incantation should be a soul incantation, right? Yes, Ming rolled her eyes and knew what Xiao Hua wanted to ask. Does my dear Xiao also want to chant the soul incantation? Indeed. Xiao Hua answered honestly. I've also cultivated soul arts for a few days, but no matter what, I can't chant the soul incantation. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Previously, in the soul refining cave, I've also asked Master Ma Qin. He's right. Daoist Xiao, it's better if you give up. Ming knew that Xiao Hua was unwilling to give up and said with a smile, this soul incantation can only be cast by the descendants of the 12 great gods using the power of their bloodline. You're a Dao sect cultivator, so it's better if you use magic arts. Xiao Hua also laughed. Don't tell me. I can't even use soul threads to exert force? Oh. Looks like Master Ma Qin, told Daoist Xiao a lot. Ming nodded. Soul threads can indeed pronounce the incantation, but how can it be so simple? If it could, those swordsmen and cultivators who cultivate soul arts would have long been able to chant the real soul incantation. Oh, then, there's no other way? Or perhaps, I can also chant a soul incantation that isn't the real one? Xiao Hua was delighted. Ming shook her head. I don't know the method. Maybe I'll ask Elder Wu later. As for the soul incantation, it doesn't really use the power of the bloodline. Instead, it uses sword origin and true essence to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the effect is similar, it's fundamentally different from my Meng Mountain's soul arts. Speaking up to here, Ziming looked at the surrounding iron corpses and said with a frown, actually, when it comes to magic arts and soul arts, I've never been clear about them. Or rather, I admire the seniors of the Dao sect. My Meng Mountain's magic arts are inherited from the primordial era, passed down by the 20 great deities. They refine the soul, condense the bloodline, and walk the path of the 9 heavens. Although it's also borrowing the power of external objects, it's no small matter. It can affect the weather. But it's also because of this that the inheritance is getting thinner and thinner. There are fewer and fewer almighty figures who can move the clouds with a wave of their hand. The Dao sect's orthodoxy doesn't pay attention to this. Instead, it uses the body as a guide to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the heavenly Dao to create one's own divine ability. These divine abilities may seem small, but they use a small amount of the body's strength every time. It won't consume the bloodline or life essence. Although the weather can't be compared to my soul arts, it's easy to cultivate and can use the limitless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Actually, as Daoist Xiao said just now, your nascent soul and deity transformation seniors can affect the situation. Although my Meng Mountain doesn't have as many soul warriors as your Dao sect, but just one of them is equivalent to several deity transformation cultivators, right? It's not impossible. That's right, Ziming is right. Xiao Hua has cultivated magic and soul arts, so he naturally knows the difference between the two. The Dao sect and Meng Mountain should have 2 different cultivation paths. Just like sword cultivators, Buddhism, and Confucian cultivators. Although Meng Mountain's soul arts are powerful and impossible to guard against, every time they are used, life and death are decided. But after all, it's greatly related to the bloodline. If Xiao Mao didn't have the pure bloodline of great god Shibai, he probably wouldn't even have a trace of soul energy. But that's not the case for my Dao sect. As long as one has the physique to cultivate, regardless of whether one has a bloodline or not, one can cultivate. Even Xiao Mao, who was born as a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, can smoothly cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Actually, there are so many cultivation paths in this world, just in line with the 3,000 great Daos, each with their own characteristics. Daoist Xiao really knows a lot. Ziming pursed his lips and praised again, you even know about Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Since you know about Confucian cultivators, can't you see the difference between my Empress Earth Stockade and other places? Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed and nodded, so that's how it is. Looks like Empress Earth Stockade also has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. There are some Confucian cultivators in Meng Mountain. My Empress Earth Stockade also had a Confucian cultivator, G-Man, and Confucian cultivators were even popular in Meng Mountain for a period of time. I saw it in the Shaman Codex. At that time, some shamans called themselves Shen and G-Man called himself Ai Jia. They were all borrowed from Confucian cultivators. Oh, all the palaces in my Empress Earth Stockade were built according to the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. In addition, the names of my Empress Earth Stockade's descendants were also influenced at that time. Ziming said somewhat mysteriously, also, this G-Man now also admires Confucian cultivators very much. Oh, those Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua's face lit up as he asked. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped, as if it had stopped, and then it glided smoothly. The netherworld wind also weakened a lot. Oh, we're arriving so soon. This was the second time Ziming felt that time had passed too quickly, and then he said casually, what kind of ending can those Confucian cultivators have? Except for some ancient books, all their descendants either died or were integrated into the people of Meng Mountain. Ancient books? Xiao Hua's eyes began to turn. Don't even think about those ancient books. Ziming already understood Xiao Hua's greed. Looking at the iron corpses all around them, he said, those are all under G-Man's control. She treasures them very much, she won't give them to you. Of course, if... At this point, Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of a tide gradually came from afar, and the smell of blood gradually became thicker. This is... When Xiaohua saw the iron corpses soaked in the thick blood, and there was a pitch-black fog in the blood, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 2894. Xiao Lang, this is the real Netherworld Sea. Seeing Xiaohua's shock, Ming was very proud. He pointed his finger and said, "This sea is filled with nether blood. When the nether blood leaves the nether sea, it will form nether wind. The nether wind from the Yellow Springs Hall came from here. Then, what about country she's netherworld wind?" Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "Is the netherworld wind there the same as here?" Netherworld wind? Ming heard and shook her head slightly. "I seem to have heard of it. But I have never been there, so I don't know. But, this netherworld sea is boundless, and its depth is also endless. If Xiao Lang has seen a place similar to netherworld sea, then I'm afraid the two are related. Since there is netherworld sea, then netherworld and 9 underworlds." Xiaohua still wanted to ask, but Ming smiled and said, "Xiao Lang, you really have a lot of questions. Do you already have the idea of going to the netherworld sea to the netherworld in your mind?" "Why would I go to netherworld?" Xiaohua was stunned. "I just think that since there is netherworld sea, we should be able to reach 9 underworlds, right?" "Hee, that's good." Ming smiled. "No one has ever returned alive from netherworld sea. Even in the sorcerer realm, the soul power is close to the 3rd layer of the sky. Actually, Xiao Lang will know in a moment when you follow me." "Oh, you and I still have plenty of time. I will take you to see the scenery of netherworld sea." "Going to netherworld sea?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Didn't you say that no one will return alive after going in?" "Idiot." Ming pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, "I will not take you to the depths of netherworld sea. We will only look for netherworld orchids nearby." As he spoke, the flying boat had already flown above the netherworld sea. It was a blood pool that was dozens of feet in size. Above the blood pool was a slanted passage that Ming and himself had flown down. On the left side of the blood pool, there were also 2 iron corpses soaking in the blood. However, this blood pool was only dozens of feet in size. It was impossible to see the entire netherworld sea. "Don't release your divine sense." Ming warned again. "Your divine sense was injured by the drought demon. It was already damaged. If it is injured by the netherworld sea, then it will really be impossible to recover." "I see." Xiaohua understood that a cultivator without a spiritual will was like a bird without wings. It was absolutely impossible for them to pass through this netherworld sea. "Let's go." As he spoke, the flying boat tilted slightly and rushed into the blood pool. Whoosh, with a faint sound, the flying boat sank into the blood pool. Sizzling sounds were emitted from the dark green brilliance of the flying boat. Following this sound, a trace of blood light and a wisp of black gas rushed out from the blood pool. In an instant, they turned into a huge netherworld wind and rushed up the passage, almost blowing away the nearby iron corpses. When the flying boat entered the blood pool, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with blood red. The strands of black qi were like dark clouds in a clear sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The faint stone wall was like a reef in the sea. It stood tall in the distance and looked like a ferocious sea beast. As the flying boat dived, the black reefs gradually became less and less, and more bloody, and felt more and more viscous. He saw Ming drive the flying boat to a slight pause, as if she was identifying the direction. Then, she turned the boat around and flew in a certain direction. "Hiss, there is no sense of direction in this blood sea. How can we identify the way? How can we return to this place?" Xiaohua himself didn't know the direction, and when he arrived here, he was even more like a headless fly. Naturally, he muttered in his heart. However, seeing Ming's confident appearance, Xiaohua's heart was also at ease. He knew that she must have some confidence. Whoosh, the flying boat flew in the blood sea for half a cup of tea's time. Suddenly, there was a sound of water. Xiao Hua unconsciously turned his head back. Ah! Seeing the source of the sound, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be stunned. He saw a group of monsters that looked like the surface of the water. On top of their heads was a rather large ghost face. This ghost face was very ferocious, with a sharp mouth and fangs. Xiao Hua had never seen such a thing before. Hee, seeing Xiao Hua's shock, Ziming laughed. However, before she could finish laughing, several hundred small fish-like ghosts rushed to the left side of the flying boat. They surrounded the flying boat, and their small fangs began to devour the green brilliance. Go, Ziming berated. With a wave of the bone staff in her hand, the entire flying boat shone with green light, and actually scared those small ghosts away. Then, a group of huge, several hundred zhang tall black shadows swam in front of the flying boat. On those black shadows, the strange ghost faces flickered slightly, and it looked like they were sneering at the flying boat. And following this huge black shadow, there were thousands of ghost and beast heads that leisurely floated about 10 zhang below it. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to fall off as he saw the strange situation and those grotesque and variegated beast heads and ghost heads appearing one by one in groups. That leisurely and contented appearance of those beasts and ghost heads, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to drop. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood the origin of the beast heads on the banners in front of the plaza in front of the Hall of the Underworld and the Netherworld Path. He also understood where the ghost heads that Ziming and the other soul warriors from the Huda stronghold came from. Hee, Xiao Hua, these are the underworld beasts of the Netherworld Sea. If my cultivation is high enough, I can borrow their strength. Ziming looked at Xiao Hua's dazed expression and said with a smile. Just now, the underworld beast that devoured Mingyu is also from here. Of course. Ziming immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning and said with a smile, that is the incarnation of Huda Great God. Being summoned by the bloodline power of our Huda stronghold, and attracted by Mingyu's soul, that underworld beast can temporarily tear open the void and come to our Huda stronghold. Then, after the void closes, it will return to the Netherworld Sea from the Netherworld Palace and the Netherworld Palace. Naturally, we can borrow the power of this underworld beast to find the Netherworld Sea in a short time. How long? Xiao Hua nodded and asked. Midnight. Ziming said with a smile, there is more than enough time. In a short while, we will find a passage, and there will be the Netherworld Orchid there. Good. Xiao Hua's horizons were really broadened. But suddenly, he realized something and asked in a low voice, if this underworld beast, which is called Huda Great God's incarnation behind the Netherworld Sea, can be found after being attracted, then how did Zi Yan take the 9 divine guards from here? A cold light flashed in Ziming's eyes, and he said with hatred, this is naturally Ji-man's doing. Only she has the ability to communicate with the 9 divine guards in the Netherworld Sea, and only she can take the 9 divine guards from the Netherworld Sea. In order to let Zi Yan kill me, she actually consumed her soul power and took the 9 divine guards before opening the Netherworld passage. It seems that she already has the intention to kill me. Humph, if I didn't bring Xiao Lang and the others back, if I didn't have some prestige in the Huda stronghold, I'm afraid this trip to the Netherworld. But thinking of this, Ziming was stunned again and said anxiously, oh no, I'm afraid we still fell into her trap. She has already set up a backup plan in the Netherworld Sea. Xiao Hua also understood, quickly, let's go find the Netherworld Orchid. Yes, I understand. Previously, Ziming's mind had been filled with the sweet feeling with Xiao Hua, and some of his vigilance had already faded. But at this time, he suddenly remembered that he was already in deep danger. As expected, the flying boat sped up. After a while, another big black object appeared in front of them. However, this thing was much bigger than all the nether beasts they had seen before. It was similar to the passage Xiao Hua had left in the beginning. It was a large stone cliff. The flying boat didn't stop, and rushed towards the dark place, and in a moment, a slightly glowing passage appeared in front of Xiao Hua. However, this passage was different from the previous one. It was somewhat narrow, somewhat curved, and even filled with gravel, not smooth. It's here. Ziming urged the flying boat to rush into the passage, and then flew around in the passage. Looking at this passageway that seemed similar to an abandoned mineral vein, Xiaohua understood that this was a naturally formed passageway in the Netherworld Sea. There might be some soul wood growing inside. The passageway that he and Ziming came down should have been created by the ancestors of the Huda stronghold with the help of this naturally formed passageway. But if they found such a natural passage in this boundless and directionless Netherworld Sea, it wouldn't be easy, right? Seeing the flying boat flying around for a while, Ziming's face was a little ugly, and he muttered, "No, it should be here." "How?" Don't worry, Xiaohua said comfortingly. While talking, a field of lush millet appeared in front of them. "No, I went the wrong way." Sweat oozed from the tip of Ziming's nose. "There are no millet in that place." "Then we'll look for it again." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "But, should we also take away these millet seeds?" "Of course." Ziming thought for a moment and waved the bone staff. A green light flashed on the flying boat, and the millet seeds were collected in a moment. Then, Ziming didn't stop at all, and the flying boat turned around and flew back. Sweat luckily, Ziming still remembered. Seeing a fork in the road, Ziming didn't hesitate at all and always found the most correct direction. She actually found the blood pool and the passage in a shorter time than before. Xiaohua couldn't help but be convinced. If he was driving the flying boat, he would have been lost long ago. Then, Ziming easily found the passage again, but when she flew into the passage, she hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua's heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice, "Isn't it here?" "It seems, it's not here." Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, which was a little cold, and actually broke out in a cold sweat. At hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua instantly understood that Ziming was most likely also lost his way. Chapter 2895. Don't worry. What could Xiaohua say? He could only force a smile and say, "If we can't find the Netherworld orchid, then forget it. At most, we won't let senior brother Li use the Netherworld mirror. Junior brother Zhao's matter is the most important." Ziming took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand. I will do my best." After saying that, the flying boat no longer flew inside. It retreated and flew in another direction. However, things went beyond Xiaohua's expectations. After a few more times, the time Ziming took to find the passage gradually increased. It seemed that Ziming was no longer familiar with these places. Moreover, every time Ziming found a passage, she would only enter and then leave. Obviously, it was not the place she was looking for. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart involuntarily gave birth to a bad feeling. Because Ziming was too stubborn, an unyielding expression appeared on her face. "Ha! It's here. So it's here. I thought I went the wrong way." However, when Ziming found a passage, Ziming's words and joy scattered Xiaohua's doubts. Xiaohua must be worried, right? Ziming's face was obviously relaxed. Not worried. Ziming is much stronger than this Xiao. Xiaohua said with a smile. Let's go. Let's go quickly and return quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time." Ziming did not say anything more and urged the flying boat to rush into the passage. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua put the stone into his stomach, the situation changed dramatically. "No. Wrong. This is not the place I found before." Ziming's face was red, and there was even some shame in her eyes. Seeing that Ziming was about to turn the flying boat around, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Don't worry, why don't we search carefully? Maybe there will be this." Ziming was a little embarrassed. "This passage is natural. If we go too deep, I will not be able to find my way back. Furthermore, not all of the tunnels had soul wood growing inside them." That netherworld orchid is the only one I've seen after searching through many passages. Since we are here, let's look for it. Xiaohua comforted, let's not go too deep. All right. Ziming was somewhat unconvinced, but at this time, she was already impatient and had lost her previous calmness. She could only glance at Xiaohua and urge the flying boat to fly into the passage. Sure enough, as Ziming had said, the walls of this passageway were made of solid rocks. The black-red color on the rocks was very bright. How could there be any soul wood? The two of them strolled around for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ziming was impatient. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiaolang, I'm afraid there's nothing left here. I'll wait. All right. Xiaohua knew that he was just blindly giving orders. It was already good that he was able to calm his mind for a while. He immediately agreed while he was ahead. Ziming forced a smile towards Xiaohua as he turned the airboat around and hurriedly turned it over. However, when Ziming flew past a few forks, an indescribable feeling suddenly arose from Xiaohua's heart. Wait, Xiaohua hastily ordered. What's wrong? Ziming was a little puzzled, but he stopped the flying boat in time. Over there. Xiaohua didn't use his eyes to look, and instead pointed with his finger. Over there. Ziming looked at the fork that Xiaohua knew was not the one they had just passed. He couldn't help but hesitate. This Xiao feels that there's something very important there. It must be the netherworld orchid? Xiaohua had a feeling that it was extremely important, but he wasn't sure whether it was the netherworld orchid or not. All right, Ziming's face lit up with joy. He flew in the direction that Xiaohua pointed. However, the fork was extremely short. After flying for half a cup of tea, they reached the end. The inside of the passageway was bare. There was no soul wood at all. Not even a stalk of millet could be seen. It's still there. Xiaohua firmly pointed, but this time, he was pointing at the stone wall. This. Ziming hesitated for a moment before urging the airboat to fly in the direction that was close to it. Under Xiaohua's finger, Ziming made 7 or 8 turns. Suddenly, a blood-red thing that was more than a foot long, had 9 sections, and looked like a bamboo. It was erected in a fork that was just big enough for the airboat to pass through. Netherworld bamboo? Ziming exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Here, how could there be netherworld bamboo? What's so strange about it? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the netherworld bamboo. He really didn't understand why he had such a warning in his heart. Other than the netherworld orchid, which is an extremely low-level item that can grow in the netherworld sea, the others, such as this netherworld bamboo and the higher-level netherworld lotus, all grow in the netherworld sea. They can't leave the netherworld sea of blood. Ignore it, let's take it first. Xiaohua urged, this is much stronger than the netherworld orchid. This time, we will definitely win. Indeed. Ziming laughed, I didn't expect Xiaolang's feeling to be right. With that, the flying boat once again emitted a green light, and like a sharp flying sword, it sucked the netherworld bamboo into the flying boat. Ziming smiled as he held the netherworld bamboo and looked at Xiaohua. However, what made Ziming feel strange was that Xiaohua's gaze did not fall on the soul wood in her hand, but instead looked at the roots of the netherworld bamboo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ziming asked curiously. Xiaohua bit his lips and said in a low voice, this Xiao feels. This netherworld bamboo's roots, is very important to this Xiao. Oh. Ziming was only slightly surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, then I will give this to you as well. With that, Ziming was about to wave the bone staff again. Don't worry. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him, it's better for this Xiao to do it himself. You must not use your divine sense. Ziming was anxious. Xiaohua smiled and said, it's fine, wouldn't it be fine if you put this netherworld bamboo's roots into the flying boat's green light? All right. All right. Ziming waved the bone staff and expanded the flying boat's green light, enveloping the remaining roots of the netherworld bamboo within. Xiaohua cautiously waved his hand, and the roots of the netherworld bamboo fell into his hand. After thinking for a bit, he carefully put the roots of the netherworld bamboo into a storage bag. This thing. Ziming was a little surprised, but she only said a few words and urged the flying boat to return. Something's wrong. Xiaohua's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He once again pointed forward and said, "This Xiao feels. That thing is still in front." What? Ziming was completely confused. Other than the netherworld bamboo, she couldn't think of anything else worth paying attention to. "Let's go and take a look," Xiaohua said with a smile. With the matter of the netherworld bamboo, he was still very confident in his senses. Perhaps the netherworld orchid was in front. All right. Hearing Xiaohua's instructions, Ziming did not hesitate to urge the flying boat. It seemed that she had more confidence in Xiaohua than herself. Naturally, Xiaohua also slightly shook his head, but the little tail in his heart had long been raised to the sky. This netherworld bamboo was really interesting. Immediately after, Ziming urged the flying boat to fly for the time it took to eat a meal, but they didn't see any more netherworld orchids, but they collected some more millet seeds. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. Not to mention, Ziming looked up at Xiaohua with some concealment. Could it be that my senses are wrong? At this moment, Ziming's expression suddenly changed. "Ziming, what's wrong?" Xiaohua stole a glance at Ziming, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, he noticed her expression, and his heart unconsciously thumped as he hurriedly asked. Ziming slightly bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear, and even a great deal of panic. Just now, when Xiaohua was collecting the netherworld bamboo root, her hand slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. Now, she was silently holding onto it, but when Ziming's expression changed greatly, her hand also stiffly slipped away from Xiaohua's hand. "What's wrong? Quickly tell me." Xiaohua saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly asked. "Xiaohua. I'm lost." Ziming bit her lips until they turned white, and it was as pale as her face. She knew very well that losing her way in the netherworld sea was far more dangerous than losing her way in Meng Mountains. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was what he was most afraid of. Moreover, he immediately understood that it was his blind guidance, especially when Ziming was a little excited after obtaining the netherworld bamboo. After flying for so long, she had long lost the way back. Can you find the way back?" Xiaohua asked tentatively. Or, when he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua himself was greatly shocked. Earlier, Ziming had clearly said that the netherworld path was opened by the clone of the nether beast, Hoodoo, and there was a time limit. If they didn't return before midnight, then the netherworld path would be blocked. How would he and Ziming return to the nether spring hall? Earth escape? Xiaohua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he looked at the surrounding passages, but then he shook his head. Nonsense, if the netherworld sea was below the Yellow Springs Palace, why would the netherworld beast be needed to open the passage? There must be some kind of spatial vein or something in the middle. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, took the initiative to reach out and hold Ziming's hand, and said, "It's not your fault, it's all this Zhao's own initiative to point out the direction. If we had followed your previous guidance, there would have been no problem." Xiaohua, it was rare for Xiaohua to take the initiative to reach out his hand, and Ziming's face once again flushed red, and she said somewhat shyly, "It's all my fault, just now, oh? Just now what?" Xiaohua was puzzled. Just now in the netherworld path, I softly prayed to the hooded great god, if, with Xiaohua. At this point, Ziming's face was completely red, and she did not dare to continue. It seemed that she was somewhat different from the straightforward women of Meng Mountains. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He already knew in his heart what Ziming wanted to say. Ziming hesitated and said, "I did not expect that the hooded great god really heard my words, but I did not expect that the hooded great god would use this kind of method to realize my wish." Chapter 2896. That. Although Xiao Hua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mengxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mengxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, would she shed a tear? Just when Xiao Hua was a little distracted, the flying boat was still flying slowly. Ziming suddenly cried out in joy, This is another passage under the netherworld. No, not that, but it's not far away. When I was training together. I came here before. Really? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said with some disbelief. Absolutely. Look. Ziming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua looked carefully along Ziming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. Zai. It's Zai. Ziming said happily. Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here. Hee, that's right, it's all thanks to Zai. Xiao Hua also smiled, but then, the flying boat flew in Ziming's memory for a while, and Xiao Hua was surprised again. Because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ziming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiao Hua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Hee, Xiao Lang. In the end, Ziming still spoke, I'll take you back. Your so-called netherworld orchid, we don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua shrugged, tilted his head and said, The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the netherworld orchid in a while? Ziming covered her mouth with the bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, Xiao Lang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back? Oh. That's right, it seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the netherworld orchid or not, it's possible. Tisk, it's possible that it's the nether orchid. Xiao Hua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible. But it's true. Ziming laughed. If we have the netherworld orchid, that would be even better. Unfortunately, even though Ziming was looking carefully, Xiao Hua, who was beside him, couldn't find the nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ziming still couldn't find the nether orchid. Done. Ziming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, Xiao Lang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly. Okay. Stop. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ziming and Xiao Hua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. What's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ziming and Xiao Hua not to be surprised. Because on the fork in the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. Should be. Ziming naturally wasn't sure. But just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ziming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong, and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, just as Ziming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiaohua's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Ziming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiaohua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ziming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang clang clang, the airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained, and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard, and her body lost balance. She even felt dizzy. Careful. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy, and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. This is... Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, "Woo!" there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed, and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble. There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. Zzzt, there was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light protecting his body. Ah! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just a so-so. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Daoist sect were so afraid of millions of Meng mountains. It really made sense. Looking at Ziming again, after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Xiaohua, Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing, how could she not know that he was in danger? Roar! A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great. Great God Hoodoo. Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hoodoo of Meng Mountains. Although Xiao Hua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently, "That's right. This is definitely not." After Ziming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side, but when the monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially, the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back. Where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hoodoo? However, although Ziming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xiao Hua's arms. Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ziming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ziming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xiao Hua, she shouted, "Xiao Hua, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ziming's other hand also brought Xiao Hua's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xiao Hua's hand. At this moment, Xiao Hua was hugging Ziming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ziming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ziming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ziming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xiao Hua. As soon as her hand left Xiao Hua's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ziming had put into the soul nest were also released. Ziming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then, she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ziming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go, Xiao Hua was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ziming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xiao Hua and Ziming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua, don't use too much magic power. Ziming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Xiao Hua looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" "Yes." Ziming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. "In which direction?" Xiao Hua asked. Although Ziming didn't answer Xiao Hua's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, "From the blood pool to that place." Before Ziming finished speaking, Ziming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened, and her figure flew in the direction she knew, but then, there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. "Xiao Hua, what are you doing?" Ziming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xiao Hua while rubbing her head awkwardly. "Oh, right." Ziming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said, "This stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Daoist's 5 elements escape technique can't be used." Just as Ziming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. Roar! The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant, Xiaohua's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. Not good. Xiaohua's figure moved, and he secretly said in his heart, not good. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard, and suddenly grabbed the divine guard's waist. The divine guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the divine guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Pang! With a loud bang, the divine guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. Hiss! Although Xiaohua had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then, pang pang. With a series of muffled sounds, several divine guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere, and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Go! Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom! Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Ziming, come behind me. Xiaohua loosened his grip and ordered Ziming. Okay. Ziming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xiaohua's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xiaohua's back, reaching out and hugging Xiaohua's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xiaohua roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered, and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally, he was not familiar with this thing. Go! Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Wu! Xiaohua had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xiaohua was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xiaohua's arm was sore, and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in mid-air, he saw a black shadow in front of him. The monster's figure was actually born from the rock wall, blocking the direction of Xiaohua's escape. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, the remaining 4 divine guards were smashed by the nether beast in an instant. The ground was in a mess, and the nether beast had disappeared. Buzz buzz, 2 loud noises sounded, and 2 black shadows pressed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Bang bang! Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff again and blocked in front of his body. Although Xiaohua had borrowed the force of the attack, the huge force hit Xiaohua diagonally into the blood pool. Xiaohua, rush into the blood pool. Maybe we can. While they were talking, an indescribable blood-red brilliance fell from the sky and hit the 2 of them. With a squeaking sound, Ziming's face was pale, and the green light also quickly faded. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the Buddha's Sarira to pour out the primordial true water, turning it into a thin layer to block the threatening netherworld wind. The green light on Ziming's body disappeared, and her face was very ugly. When her eyes swept over the primordial true water, she immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her gaze. However, this primordial true water really blocked the netherworld water outside. Although outside, the netherworld wind was constantly rushing into the primordial true water, and the primordial true water was constantly bubbling and disappearing. It seemed that Xiaohua had a lot of primordial true water, so there was no problem for the time being. Go! Xiaohua once again whispered. He didn't know the consequences of the primordial true water entering the blood pool, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would not have a good end. Buzz, another tentacle, really fast. Even with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he couldn't figure out how it appeared. All of a sudden, it hit Xiaohua's back. Boom! The primordial true water was hit and scattered. Xiaohua's figure was also hit and lost his balance. He flipped a few times in the air and hit the stone wall heavily. Ziming. Xiaohua was a little dizzy and couldn't stabilize himself, so he immediately called out. I'm fine. Ziming heard Xiaohua's concern and was ecstatic. She hurriedly responded, that tentacle avoided me and hit Xiaohua. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked and said involuntarily, this nether beast, it turned out to be, looking for Xiaohua. Of course, Ziming also said involuntarily, this nether beast has been worshipped by my hooded village for many years. I have never heard of it attacking a spirit warrior. Today, when Xiaohua appeared, there was immediately such a change. Ziming, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at another fork not far away. He patted her arm and said, quickly fly away. If it wants to find Xiaohua, you will be safe. Moreover, if you follow Xiaohua, you will delay Xiaohua's work. Okay, Ziming bit her lips slightly, knowing that what Xiaohua said was true. Although she didn't want to leave Xiaohua, she really couldn't help at all in the face of the nether beast. Immediately, Ziming urged her soul power to fly out of Xiaohua's primordial true water and flew toward another passage in fear. Just as Xiaohua thought, the nether beast didn't care about Ziming at all. The snake tail of several feet long waved again and attacked him with a strong wind. Good, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the effect of Ziming's bloodline. He hurriedly raised the wishful steel rod in his hand and met it. Boom, the force was stronger than the tentacles. Xiaohua's arms were sore and numb, and his whole body and mind flew out again. Kill. Xiaohua finally reached the end of his strength. He put away the wishful steel rod and took out the sword gourd. The spirit execution yuan light rushed out from it, cutting through the wind of the netherworld and heading toward the head of the nether beast. Shua, with a soft sound, the spirit execution yuan light lightly swept over the head of the nether beast. However, the scene that Xiaohua expected did not appear. Not only was there no blood splashing from the head of the beast, but it also did not fall. It was as if the spirit execution yuan light had no effect on it. Yes, this nether beast is a dead thing. Xiaohua suddenly realized, presumably this spirit execution can't kill the nether beast? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the soul essence of the three-legged bird in the space. That day, it suddenly suppressed his soul. If the spirit execution yuan light had the soul essence of this thing, he didn't know if it could kill the nether beast. It was a pity that Xiaohua only had a flash of inspiration. Everything was no different from a flash in the pan. At this time, there was no other way except to escape toward the blood pool. Seeing that Xiaohua had already reached the blood pool, he hesitated a little and was about to jump in. But suddenly, an indescribable feeling came from the blood pool. Ah! This feeling had always been found by Xiaohua and Ziming. When they saw the nether beast, Xiaohua thought that it was the nether beast, but who would have thought that it was not the nether beast? Roar! Just as Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, another beast roar came from the blood pool, but a tentacle of several feet in size rose from the blood pool again. This tentacle was not only completely similar to the tentacle of the nether beast, but it could also roar by itself. Chapter 2898. Damn it! This nether beast. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xiaohua's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's body was protected by the innate true water, the death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xiaohua's body, Buddha's Saraira. Spiritual fire. Xiaohua's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha's Saraira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha's Saraira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast's dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xiaohua's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie, Xiaohua's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xiaohua hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the devil general's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time, he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xiaohua didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xiaohua dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xiaohua. Of course, Xiaohua paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Woo, as if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacles suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good, seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiaohua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiaohuang. Goldie's body shivered, and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold, and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. These underworld beasts were afraid at first, but when they saw that Little Yellow was not a real threat, they began to fight back. When Xiaohua saw the python-like tail whipping towards Little Huang at lightning speed, how could he dare to be careless? He hastily put Little Huang away and opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the last bit of spirit fire, but right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening tremor, and the entire passage. No, the entire world was shaking violently. Not only was Xiaohua's figure unable to stand in mid-air, but even the aggressive nether beast's entire figure was swaying, unable to stand steadily. Countless gravel and debris flew into the air, boom boom boom. There was a series of tremors, gravel flying out in succession, blood splashing out in succession, and a series of nether wind rushing into the air. Xiaohua only felt that his entire field of vision was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Straight, 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 a series of strange cries rang out amidst the rumbling, followed by the loud roars of the underworld beasts. Then, the entire space began to tremble and sway again. What's going on? Xiaohua struggled to stand up and urged his magical power. He was really about to bring out the true water again. At this time, a warm body hugged him from behind, and his body flew into the air. Feeling a layer of faint green light protecting him, Xiaohua naturally knew that it was Ziming. However, there was still gravel and blood splashing in front of him, and the hurricane continued. He couldn't see anything at all. After waiting for half a meal, Ziming brought him up to a high altitude. Only then did he see clearly that the previously intact passage and the incomparably sturdy rock walls had now been smashed apart. Not only was there no passage, even the blood pool had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a large nether blood sea. On this nether sea, the nether wind blew violently, and above the blood sea, near the rock wall, in the fierce wind, there were two nether beasts frantically fighting. One of the nether beasts was the one with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake, while the other was 10 feet long, like a huge ladybug. However, this ladybug had a lot of bone spurs on its back, and there were more than a dozen sharp claws under its body. At this time, the later nether beast was pouncing on the previous nether beast. Those dozens of sharp claws were crazily chopping on the nether beast's body, and pieces of pitch-black flesh with black threads were pulled out from the nether beast's body. The previous nether beast was also ferocious. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beasts' bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea, and sometimes they rushed up the cliff. While blood splashed everywhere, the stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles, sharp claws, and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Seeing this earth-shattering battle, and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seemed to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiao Lang. Ziming's face was also snow-white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Why, are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xiaohua also whispered, and then asked, these two nether beasts. What are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Huda village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Huda god, and looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xiaohua's waist, was trembling slightly. Let's go quickly. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence, he shut his mouth. Now, the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally, some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xiaohua's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through. What should we do? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. It seems that if we want to escape, we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting, and go through other passages. However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely, and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators are just children. At this time, Xiaohua had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts, and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ziming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, otherwise. How could it help us? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning sign seemed to have disappeared. Strange? Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? But just when Xiaohua was puzzled in his heart, suddenly, a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xiaohua had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xiaohua's body. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed, and he was also floating up. Xiaohua didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the netherworld sea. In the depths of the netherworld sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail, and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling, and its body was slowly sinking into the netherworld sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug, and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xiaohua saw this golden light, he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xiaohua was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the netherworld sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the netherworld sea, the flesh and blood of this soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this soul warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the netherworld sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. Chapter 2899. Soon after, another 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, more than 10 spirit warriors rushed out of the crack one after another. Their faces were filled with infatuation as they threw themselves into the netherworld sea. One by one, their souls were born from their bodies. Xiaohua was startled. Why am I seeing their souls? When they came out, why am I flying? At this moment, Xiaohua came to his senses and hurriedly looked at himself. However, when he saw himself, he was even more shocked. At this moment, what was flying in the air was no longer Xiaohua's physical body, but Xiaohua's primordial spirit that had always been cultivating in the clear spirit heaven. This humanoid primordial spirit was now dancing slowly as if it was in the clear spirit heaven. Countless soul strands were waving around like long sleeves. Even the primordial spirit of the little white dragon flew out beside Xiaohua's primordial spirit and also danced. An extremely intoxicated feeling came from the dance. Xiaohua had already come to his senses, but his primordial spirit was no longer under his control. It was being guided by the mysterious music and slowly flew over the netherworld sea. When Xiaohua looked back, his physical body was standing in the same place as before. His body was emitting a faint golden light. This golden light was exactly the same as the one he saw on the body of the nether beast in the netherworld sea. Xiaohua suddenly realized what was going on. Just now, when the music had played, he had been bewitched, just like the other soul warriors. But because of the golden light, his fleshly body hadn't been affected. However, there was a primordial spirit in his soul. This primordial spirit could not escape this music, so his mind actually escaped from his physical body and entered this primordial spirit. And this primordial spirit replaced his physical body. Like the souls of those spirit warriors, it flew towards the mysterious black shadow. Ming. When Xiaohua looked again, he found that Ming was hugging his body, and his hand was wrapped around his waist. Although he could see Ming's intoxicated expression from the side, and even his feet were moving, Xiaohua still couldn't help but laugh. But Xiaohua's physical body was majestic and unmoving, so Ming naturally could not move either. Good, Xiaohua cried out in relief. His heart relaxed slightly. A tentacle-like black shadow with a faint golden light stretched out from the netherworld sea and grabbed at Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Clang, there was a metallic sound, and a sword-like brilliance flashed, cutting this black shadow in half. When the black shadow shrank back, Xiaohua could clearly see that it was the nether beast that came later from the golden light. This underworld beast is really strange. Xiao Hua felt very strange in his heart. He tried his best to struggle, but this primordial spirit had no power to resist the music. It could only follow the souls of the spirit warriors and fly into the depths of the netherworld sea. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with light. A huge underworld beast flashing with an extremely enchanting red light floated out of the netherworld sea. This underworld beast was like a giant turtle, but it had a dozen thick feet that alternated in the bloodstains. On its back, which was like a small mountain, was an even stranger underworld beast. This underworld beast looked like a rabbit. It had 2 long ears and a blood-red body that was several feet long. However, on this blood-red body, there were dozens of wriggling blood tongues. The extremely beautiful sound was emitted from these blood tongues. The giant tortoise was very large, but its speed was also very fast. When Xiao Hua's primordial spirit flew into the netherworld sea, the tortoise was already in front of him. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit and many other souls swept across the netherworld sea. Many of the underworld beasts in the sea were attracted, but when they came in contact with this mysterious music, most of the underworld beasts were like the spirit warriors. Their heads were filled with intoxication as they slowly gathered on the surface of the sea. Only a few of them fought like the 2 underworld beasts. They seemed to want to escape, but no matter how hard they struggled, these underworld beasts couldn't escape. Swish swish. Countless sounds like raindrops fell. Like multicolored rays of light, hundreds of tentacles flew out from the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Some of them fell into the netherworld sea. When these tentacles touched the underworld beasts, they immediately flew up as if they were weightless and were thrown into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The souls of the spirit warriors were easily pulled by the tentacles and were swallowed into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Seeing a tentacle grabbing his primordial spirit, Xiao Hua struggled with some unwillingness and tried his best to twist. The countless soul threads also wrapped around the tentacle. However, the strength of the tentacle was far from what Xiao Hua's primordial spirit could compare to. With a gentle pull, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit drew an arc in the air and fell into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The soul of the little white dragon beside Xiao Hua seemed to have no power to resist and fell into the blood tongues with Xiao Hua. A huge squirming blood-red hole was right in front of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. It was unfathomably deep. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit released all the soul threads, wanting to block this hole and not let his primordial spirit fall in. It was like a spider web. At this critical moment, the soul threads actually stuck to the blood-red hole and temporarily prevented the underworld beast from swallowing his primordial spirit. However, it was only a moment before the blood-red hole and Xiao Hua's primordial spirit looked like an enormous blood tongue. Boom! It smashed into Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. Squeak squeak, a strange noise came out from the blood tongue. When the blood tongue rose, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit also rose along with it. Xiao Hua's soul threads were actually extremely sharp and firmly wrapped around the blood tongue. Moreover, faint lightning appeared on it, corroding the bloody tongue. Good, seeing that there was actually a trace of hope at the moment of despair, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He didn't know anything else, but Xiao Hua still knew how to dance his soul threads. He immediately gathered all the soul threads and wrapped them around the blood tongue while trembling. There was no need for Xiao Hua to do anything. The light purple lightning threads appeared naturally and quickly corroded the blood tongue. The corrosive pitch-black liquid seeped into the soul threads and fell on the primordial spirit bit by bit. It was not only Xiao Hua's side that had a great change. Just when Xiao Hua wrapped the soul threads around the blood tongue. Kacha! A thunderous roar came from the side, and at the same time, a dragon roar came from the soul of Little White Dragon. The dragon roar suddenly disrupted the music of the nether beasts. Those lost nether beasts woke up and fled into the depths of the netherworld sea. The 2 nether beasts that were fighting before also hurriedly scattered, diving into the depths of the netherworld sea and disappearing. Along with Little White Dragon's dragon roar, the lightning struck the blood tongue of the underworld beast, and a hole as thick as a bowl appeared on the body of the underworld beast. Meow meow, the rabbit-like underworld beast actually made a sound like a cat. While maintaining the music, it grabbed at Little White Dragon with several tentacles. Whoosh! Little White Dragon swung its dragon body and agilely dodged the tentacles. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed into the body of the underworld beast. Then, a loud "Kacha" sound came from the underworld beast's body. A bloody hole the size of a foot appeared from the underworld beast. Little White Dragon immediately rushed out of the underworld beast's body. The bloody hole seemed like it was about to close up, but the flashes of lightning and arcs of electricity lingered around the hole, preventing it from closing up. Xiaohua's primordial spirit was stuck by the blood tongue. As the body of the underworld beast trembled, the primordial spirit was also extremely bumpy. Xiaohua's soul threads that had been hit by the lightning tribulation were now extremely hard and sharp. They cut the blood tongue and quickly corroded it. In just a moment, the blood tongue had become a bloody mess and had shrunk by more than 60%. Meow meow, the underworld beast seemed to be in great pain. It screamed wildly, and the brilliance of its whole body was bright again. The blood of the netherworld sea rushed up, as if to erase the lightning on the wound. Zizi, a few drops of blood of the underworld fell on Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Above the primordial spirit, there were also traces of lightning. A few strange ghost heads flashed in the blood and then disappeared. Wisps of wind of the underworld were born. Roar! Little White Dragon roared again, and its figure rushed into the body of the underworld beast again. The underworld beast seemed to be unable to resist. After the sound of thunder, another bigger hole appeared. At this time, Xiaohua's primordial spirit had completely corroded the blood tongue, and his entire primordial spirit regained its freedom. Meow meow. Meow meow. The underworld beast screamed. The underworld turtle under it immediately changed direction and swam back to the depths of the netherworld sea. Xiaohua? Little White Dragon's voice sounded in Xiaohua's primordial spirit, very weak. Moreover, after the battle between the two undead underworld beasts and the attack of the Sound Clam beast, no underworld beasts dared to rashly appear in this part of the netherworld sea. Xiaohua didn't encounter any danger when crossing this place. Chapter 2900. Io, isn't this Elder Ji Lan from the Jing Apple Stronghold? Xiaohua had just landed in front of the crack when he saw another elder with an intoxicated look on his face. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then picked Ziming up from his back and pulled down her soul nest. He used his soul sense to send Ziming into the soul nest, then placed the soul nest in his bosom. His other hand reached out to grab Elder Ji Lan's neck, and his figure rushed into the crack, flying towards the collapsed tunnel behind him. Outside the nether path, in the plaza, all the palaces were shaking violently. Everyone, including G-Man from the Huda stronghold, turned pale with fright. After a while, the trembling subsided. G-Man flew up and released her soul sense to check the source of the trembling. Rumble. Another trembling came. This time, the trembling was very clear. It came from the door behind her. Even the palace door was shaken to the point of collapsing. The palace of the underworld. G-Man's heart skipped a beat. Raising her head to look at the night sky, she was getting closer to Ziming. Not good. Without another word, G-Man flew towards the door. The other soul warriors followed suit and swarmed into the palace of the underworld. By the time everyone arrived at the palace of the underworld, G-Man was already floating in the air. The skeletons that littered the palace of the underworld had already transformed into waves of blood. Waves of violent shockwaves could be felt from the inside, causing the entire palace of the underworld to shake violently. Hurry, G-Man was already waving the bone staff in her hand to open the door of the underworld. But when a soul warrior tried to pass through the door of the underworld, G-Man realized that the door of the underworld couldn't be passed through. G-Man. Something must have happened inside. It must have affected the soul techniques and soul arrays. This door can't be used. An elder hurriedly reported. See, everyone was shocked. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, who were the last to arrive, were even more shocked. I just don't know if we can come out from this door. G-Man stared at the oval that was filled with green flames, his eyes filled with confusion. Everyone stood there for a long while. The entire Netherworld Hall didn't stop for even a moment. The skeletons that had turned into blood waves were like the Netherworld Sea. Following the tremors, huge waves were set off. Even the Netherworld door was shaking non-stop. Not only were the flames flickering, even the oval door was expanding and shrinking unsteadily, faintly discernible. The gazes of the bystanders followed the flickering of the flame, but Fairy Hongxia's heart was fluctuating along with it. Xiaohua went in hand with Zi Ming. If the Yellow Springs gate disappeared and Xiaohua couldn't come out, then, how could Xiaohua still be alive? Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's faces were also filled with anxiety. Their gazes were fixed on the gates of the Netherworld, not daring to move in the slightest. Just as everyone was at a loss and feeling extremely anxious, the entire Yellow Spring Palace suddenly calmed down and became silent. Although the pool of blood in the Yellow Spring Palace was still red, it was cut off as it calmed down and no longer had any ripples. Furthermore, the gate of the Yellow Springs was glowing with a brilliant green light. What's going on now? Hooded Stockade's G-Man was alarmed. She probably thought that the calm wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the calm, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Following that, G-Man issued a series of orders. Hundreds of elders rushed into the sky and landed around the Yellow Spring Palace. Each of them held a bone staff in their hands as they waited for the huge phenomenon to happen. But out of everyone's expectations, as time passed, the pool of blood gradually turned back into skeletons. There was no longer any disturbance. This place was as silent as the wilderness for 100 years. Not even the slightest sound of wind could be heard. Only, everyone gradually understood that all the changes were in the past. All their expectations had fallen into the Netherworld Eye and were buried in the Netherworld Sea. Seeing the green flames of the gate of the Yellow Springs gradually dim, and the oval circle of light also slowly disappear, Fairy Hongxia's heart was like dead ashes. Midnight had finally arrived. No one could delay time for even a moment. Wang wang wang, suddenly, just when everyone thought that it was unlikely for a miracle to happen, the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had an outline left, emitted a faint golden light. Just as the golden light appeared, a tall and thin figure rushed out from the golden light and stood proudly in mid-air of the Yellow Springs Palace. Few, seeing the familiar figure, although his face was covered by the golden light, Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh and a smile bloomed on her face. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, after a moment of concern, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Xiao Hua was always able to do things that no one dared to imagine. He had also appeared at the last moment to keep everyone in suspense. After the golden light dissipated, Xiao Hua was also in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked at the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had a 40% outline left. He felt extremely lucky in his heart. Even though it wasn't the last moment to escape, it was still a miracle that Xiao Hua had the ability to recognize directions. Being able to escape from such a complicated and damaged tunnel was truly a miracle. Boom! The entire Acheron Palace exploded. The dozens of elders who were scattered around the Acheron Palace stopped waving their soul weapons. The faint golden light from before wasn't a soul cultivator's soul technique, so how could they not be alarmed? Seeing that it was a human figure, and that the person who came out after the golden light was Xiao Hua, and that Xiao Hua was carrying two people in his hands, he stopped using his soul force. Where's Ziyi? G-Man of the Empress Earth stronghold was shocked. Xiao Hua's golden light had completely blocked out his soul sense. This was one of the rarest situations G-Man had ever encountered. Moreover, when she clearly saw that the two people Xiao Hua was carrying were not Ziyi, a trace of grief flashed through her eyes as she hurriedly asked. Reporting to G-Man. Xiao Hua looked around and saw the whispering crowd, as well as Fairy Hongxia and the rest from the Netherworld Hall. He lifted the two people in his hands and said solemnly, "This Xiao followed Midnight to the Netherworld Eye to search for the Netherworld Orchid. However, we encountered a Netherworld beast. When he spoke until here, Xiao Hua's body swayed and fell from midair. He only stopped when he reached the bottom of the yellow spring hall. When he raised his head again, his face was incomparably pale. What happened to Ziyi? Ji-man asked sternly. Xiaohua waved his hand. One of them was Elder Ji-lan, and the other was a soul warrior whose name he didn't know. The intoxication on their faces had gradually faded away, and their eyes that had been staring into the distance were starting to clear up. Xiaohua naturally knew that the two were about to wake up, so he tossed them to the two elders closest to him. Then he looked up and replied, Ziyi, of course he died in the Sea of Nether. Not only him, but all the other soul warriors have died as well. The only ones left are me and the two people I met when I was escaping. Ziyi, he. Ji-man was confused. She wasn't sure if what Xiaohua said was true or not, or if it was what Ziming had planned. Ziyi, his death was far too sudden. This Xiao, cough cough. I couldn't even protect myself in the first place. Truly. Xiaohua coughed twice before smiling bitterly. This Xiao will be bold enough to ask Ji-man for permission to go into closed-door training. Once this Zhao's injuries are healed, I'll be able to report to Ji-man what happened. Ji-man was anxious. She really wanted to pry open Xiaohua's mouth. Xiaohua had said so much, but she didn't want to hear a single word. I'd like Ji-man to tell Ziming. Xiaohua cupped his hands and flew a few steps before looking up again. This Xiao wasn't able to protect Ziyi. I've let Ziming down. Phew, Ji-man let out a sigh of relief. The anxiety on her face lessened as she nodded. This old one understands. Go into closed-door training. Ziming is taking care of the sacred beast in the ancestral hall. When tomorrow comes, this old one will send someone to inform her. This Xiao can't hold on any longer. I'll take my leave. Without another word, Xiaohua turned around and flew away. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao had already flown over. The two of them supported Xiaohua from left and right, and Xiaohua immediately collapsed in their hands. Looking at Xiaohua and the other three flying away, Ji-man glanced around and shouted, Everyone, the Yellow Spring Grand Hall is under a strong attack. Use your soul spells to check the stability of the soul formation. Don't let the nether beasts come to Meng Mountains through the crack. Yes, all the elders waved the bone staff in their hands. Streaks of green light were waved in an orderly manner as they began to check and repair the soul array. Guards. Ji-man ordered again, other than the necessary patrols, transfer all forces to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Check carefully. Do not let any nether beasts escape from the eye of the netherworld. Yes, the group of spirit warriors also began to move. All forces were transferred to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao supported Xiaohua out of the Yellow Springs Hall and hurriedly flew towards the quiet room from before. There were spirit warriors guarding the hall, but at this moment, they couldn't be bothered to lead the way. Fairy Hongxia originally wanted to find someone to guide them, but Xiaohua hurriedly stopped her. Nonsense, Ji-man transferred all forces to the Yellow Springs Hall. It wasn't without ulterior motives. When Fairy Hongxia heard Xiaohua's stop, she naturally came to her senses. She was too worried about Xiaohua and was overjoyed by Xiaohua's survival. Indeed, she didn't notice the conversation between Xiaohua and Ji-man. Seeing a secluded place, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and roughly looked around. Then, he took out a soul nest from his chest and with a shake of his hand, sent Ziming out. Ziming was the same as Elder Ji-lan. Previously, his face was filled with intoxication. But now, he was much more sober. As soon as he came out of the soul nest, his face was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He hurriedly grabbed Xiaohua's hand and looked around. When he saw that he was in Huda's stronghold, the fear on his face lessened. He opened his mouth to ask Xiaohua. Chapter 2901. Xiaohua would not waste time and hurriedly said, Ziming, you don't have much time. Moreover, you should be in the ancestral hall of your Huda village. Everything can be left for another day. Ziming suddenly woke up and looked at Fairy Xianxia, who was staring at him coldly. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and nodded, "Thank you, young Master Xiao." "I understand." Immediately after, he looked around and waved the bone staff in his hand. His figure floated up like a ghost and flew into the distance. When Ziming's figure completely disappeared, Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaohua. What happened inside? It has to be said that Fairy Hongxia's heart was meticulous. Just from Ziming grabbing Xiaohua's hand without hesitation, she immediately saw a lot of things. Don't mention it. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who were still protecting him, and said, "I almost couldn't get out. Damn it, I didn't expect. This netherworld palace really leads to the netherworld sea. I even met the undead underworld beast inside. And there were 3 of them. Undead underworld beast." Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Fairy Hongxia's thoughts of questioning immediately disappeared without a trace. "Xiaohua. Are you injured?" Fairy Hongxia hurriedly asked. "Sigh, it's a long story. Senior brother, you should send me back. Looks like I have to go into seclusion for a while." Xiaohua sighed and replied. "Okay." Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. Xiao Mao did not have any objections. Fairy Hongxia had some questions she wanted to ask, but looking at Xiaohua's dispirited state, it was too late to feel sorry for him. How could she blame him for nothing? Thus, Xiaohua went into seclusion in the quiet room for more than 30 days. In fact, the so-called seclusion, Xiaohua's heart was not calm. How could he really go into seclusion? What he was thinking about was the fight between the 2 undead underworld beasts. The fight between the 2 underworld beasts that exceeded Xiaohua's imagination also exceeded his imagination. He would never have dreamed that the undead underworld beasts would fight in such a way. Even the netherworld sea could not corrode the rock wall, but under their tentacles, it was like a rotten rock. It seemed that even a spirit-severing cultivator might not have this kind of ability. Of course, putting aside the environment of the netherworld sea, the spirit-severing stage cultivator might not necessarily be unable to kill the undead underworld beast. However, this kind of undisguised attack, where he did not care about his own injuries, was truly an eye-opener for Xiaohua. In addition, Xiaohua still couldn't make up his mind about that inexplicable warning. He didn't know if it was because of him, or if it was because his golden light had attracted the attention of that lady-warlike underworld beast, or his actions had attracted the attention of that snake-tailed underworld beast. If his golden light caused trouble, Xiaohua would be scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. Although the golden light of that beetle-like underworld beast was familiar to Xiaohua, and was similar to the golden light flickering around his body, he really couldn't find a reason to get close to that underworld beast. This undead underworld beast couldn't possibly fight to the death with the snake-tailed underworld beast just for him. However, if his vigilance came from that snake-tailed underworld beast, Xiaohua had doubts. Didn't he just not bow down in the square? Then, that underworld beast hated him? It killed dozens of people just to find him. Although he didn't bow down, but what did it have to do with this snake-tailed underworld beast? Could it be that it was for the so-called face? Speaking of face, Xiaohua was even more puzzled. The 3 kingdoms of cultivation often talked about the face of a nascent soul cultivator, but now that Xiaohua had a nascent soul cultivation base, he never felt that face was worth anything. A face was not even worth a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Therefore, if that hooded great god's avatar's underworld beast was focused on killing him, there was no reason at all. However, did underworld beasts talk about reasons? Naturally not, so Xiaohua just thought about it and ignored it. Finally, he focused his attention on the changes in the soul strands. Speaking of the changes in the soul strands, Xiaohua didn't notice it at all. However, after he threw away all his doubts and explained them, he suddenly discovered that his primordial spirit dancing in Qingshan heaven seemed to be somewhat different. This difference was very strange and also very inexplicable. At this time, in Qingshan heaven, in addition to the dancing figures of Xiaohua and the little white dragon, there was also a kind of faintly discernible music. That music was very ethereal, faintly discernible. However, this music seemed to resound in the soul, making Xiao Hua unable to forget it for the rest of his life. When Xiao Hua was looking for the origin of the music, he discovered that this music was actually produced by the soul strands that killed the Sound Clam beast. Even the primordial spirit that was invaded by the blood of the Sound Clam beast was somewhat different. The dancing posture was completely different from before, with more madness and more wisdom. Regarding the previous changes, Xiao Hua could still remain indifferent. After all, he was also very knowledgeable. However, regarding the last change, he couldn't help but be shocked. This. Xiao Hua himself was incoherent. What was the biggest barrier for him to cultivate the soul technique? It was because the soul strands couldn't make sounds, because his throat couldn't make sounds. The sound of the throat was the power of the bloodline. Apart from the bloodline of the 12 great gods like Xiao Mao and Zi Ming, others couldn't make sounds. Although Xiao Hua obtained Master Qin Qin's soul strands to make sounds, he had never checked it. Because using this sound method would consume life essence, this was something Xiao Hua couldn't agree to no matter what. Now, not only could the soul strands make sounds, even his primordial spirit had a great change. Could Xiao Hua remain calm? A kind of uncontrollable ecstasy spontaneously arose. This young master can finally use the green seal text. Finally, I can use the soul curse. Xiao Hua knew the formidable power of the green seal text, and also knew the strange effect of the soul curse. He could finally try some of the methods of the ancient great gods. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua calmed down. When he carefully checked again, he made a new discovery. The soul strands around Xiao Hua's primordial spirit were extremely numerous, almost filling the entire clear spirit heaven. Only a very small portion of these soul strands could make sounds. However, with the passage of time, this proportion gradually increased. Although the increase was still extremely slow, it was still increasing. It was only a matter of time before all the soul strands could make sounds. With the sound of music, the clear spirit heaven was clearly a lot more lively. Even the speed of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit's ascension was a lot faster than before. It seems that the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not only about dancing, but also music. The two complemented each other to achieve the best results. Xiao Hua gradually understood. After looking at his own situation, Xiao Hua looked at Little White Dragon's soul. Following the sound of music, Little White Dragon naturally danced crazily like Xiao Hua's primordial spirit. However, Xiao Hua could clearly see that Little White Dragon was still a bit dimmer than before. Presumably, Little White Dragon had used a lot of energy to attack the Sound Clam beast's body. Moreover, Little White Dragon hadn't completely recovered last time, so it didn't let Xiao Hua disturb it. Now that it was forcibly pulled out of the mysterious dark clouds by the Sound Clam beast, it had no choice but to fight the Sound Clam beast with all its might. However, fortunately, although there was some energy loss, it wasn't fatal. It would slowly recover with quiet cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't disturb Little White Dragon. His mind withdrew from the clear spirit heaven and took out Master Qin Qin's soul nest. He took out the bone that recorded the green seal text sound soul technique. Just as he was about to look at it, his heart stirred. He put the bone aside and took out the root of the netherworld bamboo from his bosom. Looking at this 1-inch tall, fist-sized object that was wrapped in a layer of faint black strands, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at it. Then, he released his mind and wrapped this object, slowly sending it into the space. His own mind also entered the space. He saw that the netherworld bamboo was very normal outside the space. The black strands came out from one end and entered from the other. However, just as his mind sent it into the space, the instant it touched the space, the netherworld bamboo suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Damn it! Why is it so strange? Could it be that the netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were not sent into the space? Could it be that the netherworld objects can't enter the space? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. But then he rejoiced. Fortunately, this young master has the experience of the disappearance of the netherworld lotus. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Ziming take the netherworld bamboo. I would have given it to him myself. Alas, this trip to the netherworld I was in vain. Then, Xiaohua's mind carefully searched the space again, but he couldn't find the netherworld bamboo. Only then did he come out of the space and began to comprehend the bone. Xiaohua's meditation didn't matter, and several dozen days quickly passed. On this day, Xiaohua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bone in his hand, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Sure enough, there isn't a single secret art in this world that is easy to comprehend. Even if you comprehend it, it is difficult to use it. Although Master Qin Qin's soul technique is not profound, but, if you really want to practice it to understand it, it is really difficult. I originally thought that with this soul technique, I would be able to pronounce it. But I didn't expect that I would still need to learn the secret of pronouncing it. But now that I can pronounce it, I realize that the difficult part is still to come. The pronunciation of the green seal script is different from normal speech. Because there are only 365 green seal script characters, when two green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable. When 3, 4, or even more green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable that is even more complicated. I must first learn the most basic green seal script characters. Then, I can add them one by one. For example, the green seal script characters of the cloud and rain technique. This green seal script is equivalent to a talisman. If I want to use this talisman, I have to use my soul thread to pronounce all the green seal script characters at the same time. This is also the reason why the cloud and rain talisman has the cloud and rain technique effect. Chapter 2902. However, there's a huge difference between the soul thread being able to speak and the soul thread being able to speak. It's like how a newborn baby can cry, but it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind suddenly lit up. Yes, the soul silk can speak. Isn't my primordial spirit like a child? Can the primordial spirit speak like a human? Previously, the soul silk was able to speak because it was stained with the mysterious juice of the sound clam beast. Isn't my primordial spirit also stained with that juice? Forget it, forget it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Immediately, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'd better practice the soul silk's pronunciation first. When the soul silk can produce the green seal text, then I'll think about the possibility of using the primordial spirit to chant the talisman. Then, Xiaohua's mind entered the clear spirit heaven and used the secret method in his joints to temper the soul silk to produce the pronunciation. This secret method was indeed useful. When the soul silk swayed, some vague syllables were produced, and at the same time, some faint green light was suddenly produced. Xiaohua knew that if the syllables were clear and correct, this green light should be able to produce the most basic 365 green seal text. Just as Xiaohua was practicing in full swing, his heart suddenly moved. He urged the primordial spirit to continue practicing the pronunciation of the green seal text, but his mind left the mysterious dark cloud. Outside the main hall where Xiaohua was in seclusion, Ziming, who was dressed in plain clothes, was standing at the door with a frown. Behind her, the attendant named Fu Lu was standing beside her with a bitter expression. At this time, Fu Lu was obviously much older, and his figure was somewhat stooped. Beside him were several attendants in the same attire. Some of them had followed Ziming to the Sky Patrol City, and some had not. But their faces were as sad as Fu Lu's. Seeing Ziming hesitating at the door for a moment and then turning to leave, pacing back and forth a few times before standing at the door hesitantly again, Fu Lu couldn't help but say, "Miss, you might as well knock on the door directly. Young Master Xiao has been in seclusion for so long, I think he should be fine. If you keep delaying like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village has urged you several times, and G-Man is also a little impatient. Don't be impatient." Ziming simply didn't listen to Fu Lu finish speaking. He raised his hand and stopped Fu Lu from continuing. He replied indifferently, when young Master Xiao came out of the Netherworld Eye, he was already heavily injured. Also, didn't you hear from Elder Jilan? There were actually 2 Netherworld beasts fighting in the Netherworld Sea. Young Master Xiao must have been affected. If he doesn't come out now, he must be at a critical juncture of healing. How can I disturb him? As for G-Man's side, I think I should go and beg him again. With a creaking sound, the tightly shut door of the palace opened in front of Ziming's eyes. Young Master Xiao. Ziming was overjoyed and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Xiao Hua's smiling eyes and his usual expression, the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. However, she still asked, how are your injuries? Xiao Hua walked out of the palace door and met everyone's gaze. He was originally smiling, but after seeing Fu Lu, his heart was slightly stunned. Because whether it was Fu Lu or the other guards beside him, their eyes didn't have the kind of joy that Ziming had. There was more vigilance and hatred. Immediately, Xiao Hua understood, and a trace of helplessness emerged in his heart. But when he heard Ziming's question, saw Ziming's joy, and saw a small flower beside Ziming's black hair, his face became sad again, and he said in a low voice, this Xiao is fine. It's just that this Xiao is useless, unable to protect Ziyi in the Netherworld Eye and let Ziyi fall into the mouth of the Netherworld Beast. Even his corpse can't be left behind. I'm really unworthy of Miss Ziming's great trust. Hearing Xiao Hua mention Ziyi, the joy on Ziming's face also hurriedly disappeared. She nodded very sadly and said, Alas, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in heaven, perhaps, this is Ziye's fate. This concubine believes that since you were able to save Jilan and Emohan from the Netherworld Eye, if you had even half a chance of saving Ziyi, you would have done it long ago. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The situation that day was very sudden. Young Master Xiao, the situation that day, Elder Jilan and Emohan have already reported to Ji-Man. Hearing Xiao Hua mention the situation that day, Ziming hurriedly said, this concubine knows that it was indeed dangerous. However, what appeared later, according to Ji-Man's guess, should be the extremely rare sound clam beast of the Netherworld Sea. This sound clam beast's Netherworld sound is extremely powerful. All people or Netherworld beasts that hear the sound clam beast's Netherworld sound will lose themselves, and their bodies will not be under their control. They will only move according to the sound clam beast's arrangements. Elder Ji-Lan heard the Netherworld sound when she was escaping and immediately lost her memory. She does not know anything that happened after that. At this time, Ji-Man has already roughly known everything that happened in the Netherworld Eye. She just does not know how Zi returned to the embrace of Huda Great God, and also does not know how young Master Xiao escaped from the sound clam beast's Netherworld sound. Therefore, I ask young Master Xiao to think carefully and follow this concubine to report to Huda Palace. And, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua understood Zi Ming's meaning and nodded. This Xiao's injuries are now very good, and I have already come out of seclusion. Naturally, I will report to Ji-Man. This old servant greets young Master Xiao. At this time, Fu Lu, who had been standing by, finally came forward to pay his respects. However, his posture was very forced, and his tone was also cold. Where was the respectful appearance? Fu Lu. Xiao Hua was very apologetic and cupped his hands in return. This Xiao is very sorry, no need to say these things. Fu Lu stood up and said coldly, Miss has already said that life and death are determined by fate. My family's young master saw young Master Xiao in Sky Patrol City that day and immediately treated young Master Xiao as a celestial being, and tried his best to befriend him. Unfortunately, he did not expect that he was just planting a seed of disaster for himself. Fu Lu, Zi Ming's face was awkward, and she hurriedly scolded Fu Lu. Didn't young Master Xiao say that he has already done his best? If it was not for the fact that things were too sudden, he would definitely want to save Ziyi. Young Master Xiao can even save Emohan, why can't he save Ziyi? Miss Zi Ming. Xiao Hua hurriedly said with a smile, it's all right, Fu Lu is a loyal servant, and is loyal to Ziyi. This Xiao will not care about his words. Loyal servant or not, this old man does not care. A trace of excitement appeared on Fu Lu's face. This old man only knows that young Master Zai treats you with sincerity. When we were in Sky Patrol City, he gave you everything he had. You don't know the importance of those things at all. He has bet his life on you. He really wants to treat you as his only close friend in this life. Young Master Ziye's pain, others may not know, but how can this old man not know? As he said that, Fu Lu even glanced at Zi Ming. Zi Ming's face was extremely embarrassed, and there was even a trace of red. This old man does not dare to say these words, but if this old man does not say it now, when can I say it? Young Master Ziyi has already returned to the embrace of Huda Great God, and there will no longer be a trace of him in Huda Stronghold. Perhaps people will still remember Ziyi these days, but what about 10 years later? Within 100 years? This old man is afraid that I will not be able to live past 10 years. By that time, who will still know that Ziyi once lived in Huda's stronghold? Zi Ming bit her lips, wanting to stop him, but Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, indicating that she should not say anything. Fu Lu also went all out and said, this old man will not speak of young Master Ziye's pain. He will not tell this old man, nor will he tell anyone else. He can only bury it in his heart. Ever since he returned from Sky Patrol City, young Master Ziyi would mention young Master Xiao from time to time. He was very envious of young Master Xiao's carefreeness, calmness, and magnanimity. He once said that if he could cultivate like young Master Xiao and stand proudly on Dawn Rain Continent with young Master Xiao, his life would not be in vain. This old man knows that he may not be doing this because of young Master Xiao's magnanimity, but because he wants to unload the burden on his shoulders and avoid some inevitable suspicion. He did not expect that young Master Xiao would return to Huda's stronghold, and even this old servant absolutely did not expect that. Young Master Ziyi must be wild with joy. However, young Master did not expect that meeting young Master Xiao was not only not his greatest joy, but also his greatest misfortune. Young Master was serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall and could still live an ignoble life, but meeting young Master Xiao, even if he could not live, he could not. Zi Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously in the Netherworld path, she had said some of her inner thoughts. After all, it was pitch black, so it was not considered embarrassing. But now, in front of so many people, although Xiao Hua did not speak, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he must have thought of the words from before, and the matter from before. Zi Ming's face gradually became hot. Fu Lu, actually, Ziyi may not be like what you said, young Master Xiao. Zi Ming bit her lips and said softly. Young miss. Although you and young Master Ziyi are twin siblings, you are not Ziyi after all. How do you know what Ziyi is thinking? Fu Lu's neck stiffened, and he retorted, young miss spent more time with Ziyi in the beginning. But later on, for the soul falling lamp, you were always running around outside, so how could you spend more time with Ziyi? This old servant has always served young Master, so of course, I know more about Ziye's thoughts than young miss. Besides, if not for young Master Zhao's arrival, if not for young Master Zhao's matter, why would young Master Ziyi accompany him into the Netherworld Eye? The two young masters were clearly met by young Miss Zi Ming, and it was also young Miss Zi Ming who accompanied them to Huda's stronghold. But why was it young Master Ziyi who entered the Netherworld Eye? If not for his previous acquaintance with young Master Xiao, why would young Master risk his life? Sometimes, this old servant would struggle in his heart. This young Master Xiao. Did he really meet young Master Ziyi in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, why would young Master Xiao be able to rescue Mo Han and Ji Lan, but not young Master Zai who was right beside him? Fu Lu's face was flushed red as he spoke. Clearly, he was extremely agitated. Chapter 2903. Fu Lu, you're possessed. You're too right, too unimaginable. Hearing this, Zi Ming's face turned cold. She put away her previous gentleness and scolded, "Who gave you the guts to say such disrespectful words? If not for the fact that you've been serving Zai and are a loyal servant, I would have thrown you into prison today and taken your life." "Humph, with this old servant's age, why would I be afraid of prison? Even if Miss wants this old servant's life right now, this old servant won't even frown." Fu Lu didn't care about anything else and shouted, "This old servant will risk my life to speak up for young Master Zai. I will also speak out about the things that many people in Huda village are angry about but don't dare to speak out. I will let others know that our Huda village is also wise." "Shut up. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you?" Zi Ming was furious. "If you dare to touch young Master Zai, then you naturally dare to kill this old servant." Fu Lu shouted, throwing caution to the wind. "You wait. Quickly seal this old man's mouth and drag him out." Zi Ming pointed at the guards beside her and said, "Now that Zai's sacrificial period has just passed, let him spout nonsense here. The other shaman villages still have elders here. If they hear this, wouldn't it be a great loss to our Huda village's dignity?" Yes, a few attendants hurried forward and restrained Fu Lu. Fu Lu struggled, his face flushed red. Unfortunately, he couldn't say another word. "Miss," then two attendants bowed and begged, "Fu Lu is young Master Zai's old servant. Miss, please, for young Master's sake, for the sake of young Master's hard work, just throw him into prison and let him spend the rest of his life in prison." "Humph," Zi Ming sneered, "this kind of old servant is the most hateful. Just because he's a little old, he takes advantage of his seniority and casually orders people around. Usually, it's fine, but now is the crucial time. How can we let his groundless nonsense destroy the stability of our Huda village?" "Miss," everyone begged. Fu Lu saw an old friend and was momentarily blinded. Wasn't he fine just now? If he was respectful to the young miss, was waiting here obediently? "Please be merciful, miss." Alas. Zi Ming sighed and waved his hand. "Put him down first. There's no need to throw him into the blood prison. Let him calm down and think. Sometimes, seeing is believing." The guards were overjoyed and hurriedly said in unison, "Thank you for your kindness, miss. You may leave. Send a few people to report to the Back Earth Palace. Young Master Xiao will immediately go and kowtow to Ji-Man, tell him what happened in the Netherworld Eye." Zi Ming waved his hand and instructed. "Yes." The guards glanced at each other, then split into two groups. One group took Fu Lu away, while the other quickly walked out of the hall. "Sai, let's go, young Master Xiao." Zi Ming said apologetically, "This concubine really didn't expect." "It's fine," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Others may not know, but how could this Xiao not know? This concubine knows that young master understands, but this Fu Lu was still fine just now. These days, he was also normal. I didn't expect that when he saw young master, he would suddenly lose his composure." Zi Ming nodded and replied, "I'm afraid it's because Miss Zi Ming lost her composure first." Fu Lu saw something strange. Xiao Hua was a bystander, so he naturally saw it clearly. Yes, it should be so. Zi Ming also knew that his joy just now made Fu Lu suspicious. Perhaps he had misunderstood. But the problem is, Fu Lu's thoughts are also the thoughts of some people in the Back Earth stronghold. Oh. This is. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but soon understood. Xiao Hua was brought back by Zi Ming, but Zi Yi accompanied him into the Netherworld Eye. If the karma of Zi Yi and Xiao Hua being old friends was removed, no matter what, it was impossible. Anyone who was interested in guessing would draw a lot of reasons for Zi Yi's death. Even with Ji-Man's identity, it would be difficult to explain. Alas, gossip is a fearful thing. Xiao Hua sighed. What else could he say? It was something that didn't exist in the first place, but it could still be insinuated out of thin air. This kind of action was definitely not something Xiao Hua could imagine. This concubine didn't think it through enough. Zi Ming smiled bitterly. I only wanted to finish everything before lighting the soul-falling lamp. Right now, it has indeed caused a lot of rumors. If this concubine had known earlier, she would have just told the truth. Yes, a lie is often made up for by 10 or even 100 lies. Many times, it's better not to tell the truth. Xiaohua sighed. Let's go. G-Man has already waited for dozens of days. Midnight's sacrifice has long passed. It's time to let everyone know about the situation inside the Netherworld Eye. As Ziming spoke, he extended his hand and took out the Netherworld bamboo from the soul nest and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the Netherworld bamboo and carefully put it into his storage bag. He didn't dare to casually throw it into the space. Xiao Mao and the others? Xiaohua only now asked. Young Master Xiao and the others are also near the back earth hall. Ziming explained. Ziye's sacrifice ceremony was very grand. The witch elders and G-Man of my back earth villages also came. The Shibai village also sent their elders. This is an excellent opportunity. Young Master Xiao is using his connections to establish a relationship with many witch elders and G-Man. Oh. He has this ability? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Young Master Zhao's strength may not be comparable to yours, but in this aspect, he is indeed stronger than you. If you want to establish your own sect, you'll have to learn from them. Ziming replied with a smile. Xiaohua smiled faintly. There was no jealousy in his heart. Everyone was different, and he had always known that he didn't have the bearing of a leader. Moreover, he had never had the goal of becoming the master of a region. It would be best if he could establish the fortune gate, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't force it. Oh, so that means Xiao Mao should have found out about his origin? After all, the Shibai village's elders are here, and there are so many witch elders and G-Man. Xiaohua changed the topic. Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head, answering, Xiao Mao's matter is not suitable to be publicized in my back earth village. Moreover, his identity is still a mystery even now. I have already probed the Shibai village's elder, and she doesn't seem to have any impression of Xiao Mao. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that she is pretending. After all, as young master said, Yi Yu attacked Xiao Mao that night. The Shibai village's elders should know something. Forget it, rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. Things have to be done step by step. Xiaohua understood the difficulty of Xiao Mao's origin and sighed. With your back earth village's support and the millet seed. Oh, right. Ziming, with so many witch villages G-Man and witch elders here, it is a good opportunity to send out the millet seed. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the millet seed and quickly asked. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Ziming's heart felt warm for no reason. That's right, the gathering of these witch elders and G-Man was indeed a good opportunity. Although Xiao Mao didn't reveal his origin, he got to know a lot of influential people. It was extremely important for Xiao Mao's future development in Meng Mountains. As for Xiaohua, when he thought of these influential people, all he could think of was the millet seed. He wanted to give them the millet seed and let them bring it back to their witch villages, so that these millet seed could be planted in the mountains and rivers of Meng Mountains as soon as possible, allowing those natives who were on the verge of starving to death to escape from their dangerous situation. Of course, Xiao Mao also had the millet seed, but Ziming knew that Xiao Mao would never give it to these witch elders and G-Man for free. There must be some kind of transaction, some kind of price. As for Xiaohua, the initiator of all this, he didn't ask for anything in return, not even a little bit of reputation. Sigh, comparing people, why is there such a big difference? Ziming couldn't help but sigh, but then she became sad again. That's right, not to mention Xiao Mao, what was so good about her? If she had to give the millet seed to these G-Man, she would have some thoughts in her heart. Suddenly, Ziming understood why she couldn't help but have a deep impression of this man when she first saw him, and couldn't help but want to befriend him. Although this man's appearance was very ordinary, but his heart was extremely great, and his heart was also very broad. He could put all the common people in Xiaoyu continent, and the millions of natives in Meng Mountains in his heart. Ziming? Seeing Ziming was a little absent-minded, Xiaohua didn't know that she was thinking so much, and asked curiously, "Those millet seed, hee Xiaolang." Ziming couldn't hold back the fire in her heart, and said in a low voice, "Although the millet seed is very important, but I'm still not out of danger, and I can't break through the last layer of paper with G-Man. Therefore, the millet seed is also something I can rely on." "Oh, is that so?" How could Xiaohua not know what Ziming was thinking? He sighed and asked, "Is it your idea, or Xiao Mao's idea?" "I won't hide it from Xiao Lang, it's our idea." Ziming answered very calmly. "The sooner the better. Many people will starve to death every day." Xiaohua didn't care about the change in the way Ziming addressed him. Thinking about what he saw when he came to Huda's stronghold, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But looking at Ziming's apologetic face, he hurriedly said, "Of course, it depends on you. I know that this matter is related to the future of you and Xiao Mao, so I will listen to your arrangements." Xiao Lang, Ziming's heart softened, and she wanted to stretch out her hand to pull Xiaohua, but just as she stretched out half an inch, her face turned red, and she hurriedly retracted her hand. "Oh, I finally understand." Xiaohua didn't seem to notice Ziming's action, and at this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the palace in the distance, and suddenly said. Ziming was slightly surprised, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What did you understand?" "Hee, you just said that G-Man was waiting for me to report to him, and I was a little surprised." "Weren't you also in the netherworld eye?" "So, you didn't report to G-Man at all?" "Because you and G-Man only have a kind of tacit understanding, a tacit understanding that can't be made clear." Chapter 2904. That's right. Especially now. Ziming's eyes were filled with worry. Ziyan died in my hands, and G-Man still hasn't received the news. I've already sent my trusted men to intercept Ziyan's subordinates outside Huda village. Once they find them, they'll kill them immediately. We just don't want G-Man to know the truth before Elder Wu returns. If she were to fall out with us, all of us would die without a burial ground. Xiaohua wasn't good at scheming, so he couldn't sense the dangers involved. But when he heard Ziming's words, he was also shocked. He said in a low voice, "Ziming, I think your Huda stronghold's G-Man is very benevolent. He can't be as sinister as you think, right? Besides, Ziyan was possessed by a demon, and G-Man might not be. Why don't you just tell her? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others." Xiaohua, facing G-Man, "I'm at a disadvantage, so I don't dare to not plan. Even if building Ziya's cenotaph a few days ago was a very good opportunity, with G-Man and Elder Wu appearing, if this concubine were to tell them about Ziyan's matter in front of so many people, it would be a form of protection for this concubine. But I hesitated for a long time, and didn't dare to say it in front of G-Man, for fear that I'll embarrass her and make her angry. Without Elder Wu, without Xiaohua by my side, I don't dare to make a move," Ziming said earnestly. "Hiding like this won't do." Xiaohua understood Ziming's thoughts and nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. "Hee, Xiaohua, don't scold me." Ziming laughed. "Midnight's memorial ceremony isn't the most solemn. Not all of G-Man and Elder Wu from Shibai village and its subordinate Wu village will come. When Ziming lights up the soul-falling lamp, that will be the most solemn ceremony. At that time, Xiaohua and I will take out the seed. That will be the best time." At this point, Ziming let out a sad laugh and continued, "Of course, if I can't wait until Grandmaster Wu comes back, then, when I'm executed, it will be a grand ceremony as well. The ceremony will be even more grand than midnight. G-Man will definitely take out the seeds and distribute them to Meng Mountains. Xiao Lang, don't worry, the people of Meng Mountains will remember Reverend Zhao's kindness." Ziming. Xiaohua's heart was slightly sour when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at this woman with concern. Whether it was her heart or her shoulders, she must have seen Midnight's sacrifice and easily thought of her own death. It's all right. Xiao Lang, it's actually this concubine's fault for not thinking things through and bringing Xiao Lang and the others into danger. Ziming forced a smile and said, however, to be able to meet an extraordinary person like Xiao Lang and Daoist Xiao in this world, I can die without regrets. Things haven't reached that stage yet. We haven't decided whether G-Man is a friend or a foe yet. There's still a possibility that Elder Wu will return. Yes, there is also Xiao Lang accompanying this concubine. Ziming said shyly at this time, and her voice was very soft, for fear of being heard by others. However, if she were to ask Ziming to transmit his voice, she would not be willing to do so. Although such sweet words could not make one feel intoxicated, listening to each and every word made her feel happy in life. In her life, it was very rare for her to have the opportunity to say such sweet words, and it was also very rare for her to meet a man like Xiao Hua who could make her feel emotional. Yes, this Xiao is by your side. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said while looking into the distance, as long as this Xiao has one breath left, I will definitely not let that old witch hurt a single hair on your head. Old witch? Ziming heard this and smiled. The fear from before had long disappeared. She said, Xiao Lang, this old witch reminds this concubine of a childhood story. However, when she said this, Ziming was somewhat sad. She raised her head and said, let's go, sooner or later we will have to face it. Perhaps today is an opportunity. The Empress Earth Palace was a magnificent palace. It was much bigger than any palace Xiao Hua had seen before. Its majestic aura could be seen from far away. If it were not for the beast heads and ghost faces that could be seen from time to time, Xiao Hua would almost think that this was the foundation of some great Shuzhen sect. Moreover, from far away, there were spirit warriors wearing armor standing on both sides. They held strange weapons in their hands that looked like iron halberds and bronze spears. They stood valiantly and proudly under the countless flags. That imposing manner was really like one man holding back 10,000 men. Even when Xiao Hua walked through these spirit warriors and arrived in front of the main hall's door, the pressure from the carved beams and painted pillars made Xiao Hua feel as if he could not breathe. Xiao Hua had to admit from the bottom of his heart that the Empress Earth stronghold, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, was not something he could face directly. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to step onto the steps in front of the palace door, a majestic shout resounded from above his head. Immediately after, that voice was transmitted directly into the palace hall. This shout was spoken with perfect articulation. Although Xiao Hua could hear it clearly, he didn't understand what it meant. However, according to his thoughts, it should be similar to a report. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua followed Ziming to the side of the steps to the hall's door, a voice came from inside again. A guard at the door respectfully said, G-Man invites the state of Shi's Imperial Thunder School, Xiao Hua, to enter the Empress Earth Palace for an audience. Many thanks, G-Man. Xiao Hua did not know how to reply and only casually bowed in response. That guard stepped aside and allowed Xiao Hua to enter. Xiao Hua followed Ziming into the Empress Earth Palace. Although he was mentally prepared like before, when he saw the scene in front of him, he still could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not dare to use his divine thought or Buddhist awareness to explore, but he could only see with his naked eyes. Not to mention the hundreds of huge bone pillars, which stood there eerily, with black or green brilliance flashing on each of the pillars. When the brilliance flashed, some huge nether beasts showed their ferocious faces. Not to mention the blood-red color on the roof of the palace, which could be seen with the naked eye. He could see layers of blood waves rushing toward his face. The indistinct, seemingly real waves of the netherworld sea also rushed into his ears, and a feeling of fear arose spontaneously. Not to mention that on the hall's surface, countless bones and skeletons were scattered all over. Among these bones, a mournful and sorrowful sound like a chilly wind blew in all directions, and a chilling feeling was also born in an instant. At a glance, the entire hall seemed to be boundless. Inside the hall, all kinds of ghostly wails and howls, the sound of the netherworld wind was loud, and a kind of feeling of being in the depths of the netherworld was enough to make Xiao Hua look askance. Young Master Xiao, follow this concubine. At this time, Ziming also had a respectful expression, and said solemnly, the Empress Earth Palace of my Empress Earth stronghold is a huge soul formation. Any swordsman or cultivator who does not understand will be attacked if they rashly use their divine sense to explore. Moreover, the more guilty a person is, the more inner demons will be born when they enter the Empress Earth Palace. Young Master Xiao is a magnanimous person, you only need to restrain your heart and not look too much. Yes, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking at the direction Ziming was walking, he also slightly quickened his pace and changed direction. Sure enough, in an instant, that kind of oppressive momentum and ferocious intent was reduced by a lot. However, the situation inside the hall was still unclear. There was only a flickering ghostly shadow, and a cold wind blew in all directions. It was as if they had walked into an abandoned graveyard in the wilderness. Even a cultivator like Xiao Hua could clearly feel that those ghostly shadows that appeared in front of and behind him at any time were not fake. Perhaps if he was a little bit negligent, those ghostly claws and sharp teeth could possibly bite him. Could this be the legendary opening gambit? Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and looked helplessly at Ziming, who was leading the way. He was truly afraid that he would make a fool of himself if he didn't follow Ziming. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, a green light suddenly flashed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes, as if a layer of fog had been cut off. With a burst of light and shadow, a huge palace appeared in front of Xiao Hua. In addition to the huge pillars that he saw before, there were many light green decorations. However, Xiao Hua only glanced at these decorations for a moment before his eyes stopped at the top of the palace. There was a 2-story high platform above. On the top level, there was only a light green table, and no one was sitting on it. The lower level was slightly smaller, and the table was also bright green. Behind the table was the Empress Earth Stockade's G-Man. When Xiao Hua looked below G-Man, it was like an ordinary Dao sect cultivator's banquet. There were also rows of tables, and behind each table sat a person. These people were either male or female, old or young. However, most of them were unfamiliar to Xiao Hua. Only a small portion of them were the Empress Earth stronghold elders that Xiao Hua had met before entering the Netherworld path. As for Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia, the 3 of them sat at the very bottom. Moreover, the 3 of them sat at the same table. Boy greets G-Man. Ziming walked a few quick steps. It was rather strange. They were clearly still very far away, but Ziming's few steps seemed to be faster than running. Very quickly, he neared the crowd. Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He followed closely behind Ziming and hurriedly said, Junior Xiao Hua greets G-Man. Please stand up. At this moment, G-Man no longer had the benevolence from before in the Care Pavilion. In its place was a kind of grace and pressure. He raised his hand and said indifferently, Thank you, G-Man. Ziming said as he straightened his body. Xiao Hua didn't reply and straightened his chest. How dare you? Right in front of Xiao Hua, less than 2 zhang away, under the white bone pillar, a slightly thin and small guard shouted, G-Man's orders, you dare to not return the courtesy? You dare to offend G-Man? Return the courtesy? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he bowed and said, Thank you, G-Man. Hee, no matter. G-Man's face hung a light smile. Cultivators from the country of Xi are my Empress Earth Stronghold's distinguished guests. Not knowing my Empress Earth Stronghold's etiquette can't be considered as offending. This. Xiao Hua indeed scratched his head. He raised his voice and said, Junior is a cultivator and has always pursued freedom. How would I know etiquette? If G-Man has some rules here, please inform me in advance. Chapter 2905. It's all boys' fault. Ziming says with a smile, when we met G-Man, we didn't need any etiquette. Boy was careless. Today, we came to Ho-Tu Palace in a hurry and didn't warn Xiaohua. Humph, nonsense. The guard doesn't dare to talk to Ziming, but sneers at Xiaohua. The cultivators from the Daoist sect were all well-educated and reasonable. How come they don't know etiquette when they come to you? Is this how the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect are? Ziming frowns and looks at the guard with displeasure. She didn't expect the guard to make things difficult for her. She mutters in her heart, not knowing if this was G-Man's idea. Hee, hearing this, Xiaohua sneers and says, that's right. I don't know the etiquette of Meng Mountain. Also, I am a rogue cultivator. I don't even know the etiquette of the Imperial Thunder sect. When I set the etiquette in the future, I will let you know what etiquette is. Big. The guard takes a step forward and is about to get angry. G-Man says indifferently, Qing Yan, I already said that Xiaohua is my Ho-Tu stronghold's honored guest. He also saved Mo Han from the Netherworld Eye. He can be considered my Ho-Tu stronghold's benefactor. Although you are the law enforcer and in charge of all the laws in my Ho-Tu stronghold, this kind of etiquette negligence shouldn't be a big deal, right? Yes, subordinate understands. The guard quickly lowers his head and stands under the bone pillar, ignoring Xiaohua. Damn it, this is clearly a show of strength. Xiaohua understood, and he felt disdain in his heart. Looks like Ziming is not worried about nothingness. This G-Man really has some problems. Xiaohua, at this moment, G-Man speaks again and asks straightforwardly, I'm sure you know why I called you here today. When the Netherworld Eye opened in my Ho-Tu stronghold, not only did thousands of spirit warriors enter the Netherworld Eye, even the two elders of Jingapple stronghold, Ziyi and you entered. But in the end, only you, Ji-Lan, and my Huda stronghold's soul warrior, Mo Han, came out. The other several thousand soul warriors stayed in the Netherworld Sea. Even Midnight didn't come out. Even when we were outside the Yellow Springs Palace, we all knew that something had happened in the Netherworld Eye, but Ji-Lan and Mo Han knew very little about it. In the end, they only knew that the Sound Clam beast had appeared, but they were unable to tell how those thousands of people had died. Little friend Xiao, please explain this matter in detail. After all, Ziyi is the son of my Huda stockade. His death. I need to give an explanation to my people, as well as to Elder Wu, who has yet to return. As she spoke, G-Man glanced at the bottom of her right hand, which was on the left side of Xiaohua. G-Man, Elder Ji-Lan and the others were also seated there. She continued, moreover, the Jing Apple village has been in my Huda village for a long time. I can't refuse their request. Your wager should be decided today. If you can't take out the Netherworld Orchid, then this Netherworld Mirror will have to be given to the Jing Apple village to use. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua bowed and looked at Ziming. Ziming smiled slightly, as if he was encouraging Xiaohua. And so Xiaohua explained everything that happened in the Yellow Springs Palace, the Netherworld Eye, and even the situation of him and Ziming looking for the Netherworld Orchid and Netherworld Bamboo. There was nothing to hide about this matter, and Xiaohua didn't plan on hiding it either. Although Ziming said that he didn't report it to G-Man, who knew if G-Man would ask Ziming about it? Since Ziming didn't give any hints, Xiaohua would naturally talk about the dangers involved. When everyone heard that there were two underworld beasts in the Netherworld Sea, and that the Huda God's doppelganger didn't look like Huda God, but something else, they all turned pale with fright. When they heard that the two underworld beasts were fighting in the Netherworld Sea, they were even more confused. When Xiaohua talked about the Sound Clam beast, G-Man was not particularly surprised because she already had some guesses. Of course, Ziye's life should have ended when the Sound Clam beast appeared. Xiaohua's words were also very good. When he heard the mysterious music, he immediately lost consciousness like Elder Ji-Lan and the others. As for how long he lost consciousness, he didn't know. In short, when he woke up, his body flashed with golden light, and Ziyi had already disappeared. He left an excuse for Ziye's corpse to appear in the future, or for Ziming to resurrect Ziyi. The end of Xiao Hua's story was to escape. He escaped from the gap, and it was in that gap that he saw Elder Jilan. On the way, he even saw Mo Han, who was crushed by a huge rock, and rescued Mo Han in passing. Xiao Hua had been interrogated more than once in the sword Dao battle, and he was able to weave an extravagant lie. When it came to telling the truth, it was naturally easy for him to do so, and his narration was extremely brilliant. So much so that when Xiao Hua finished speaking, looking at the intoxicated and infatuated appearance of everyone, Xiao Hua's own little tail was about to curl up. Damn it, it seems that if this young master doesn't have a place to cultivate, even if I go to some secular tea house, I can still be a storyteller with a boundless future. After half a cup of tea's time, G-Man coughed and asked, Xiao Hua, can you confirm that the doppelganger of Huda God is the phantom you saw in the square before? Damn it. Your nether beast is the nether beast that Huda's stronghold has worshipped for God knows how many years. Even when it saw Zi Ming, it didn't harm him. What I said is like slapping the face of the ancestors of Huda's stronghold. When Xiao Hua heard this, his little tail immediately shriveled up. This junior also doesn't know why the golden barrier around this junior's body was able to block the sound mirage beast. Furthermore, this golden barrier was eroded by the winds of the netherworldly sea, so why was it able to activate itself and block the sound? This junior also doesn't know. It seemed that Elder Jia Qing didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter. Hearing Xiao Hua's explanation, he nodded. This old man is puzzled. This is the end of everything, and all the explanations are within. But little friend Xiao is also in a jar, so it's normal that you don't know. The reason why this old man asked is to see if little friend Xiao had any special feelings. No, Xiao Hua shook his head firmly. After this junior woke up, this junior felt extremely tired, both mentally and physically. Furthermore, this junior was in a hurry to escape, so I didn't dare to think too much. Along the way, this junior used up all of this junior's magic power and was finally able to escape with my life. While this junior was meditating, this junior was still thanking the great goddess Hudu. Fortunately, she didn't want this junior to stay. Heh, the great goddess Hudu's embrace is the final destination for the people of Meng Mountain. Little friend Xiao is a cultivator of the Dao sect. Even if you wanted to, the great goddess wouldn't accept you. Elder Jia Qing smiled and walked back to the table. Actually, just as Elder Jia Qing said, there were only 3 survivors. Elder Jilan was one side, Mo Han was another, and Xiao Hua was the third. Elder Jilan and Mo Han had already reported to Ji-Man in the Huda Palace. They were interrogated in great detail, but they knew very little. They only knew that the entire netherworldly sea was shaken violently, countless passages collapsed, and countless cliffs fell down. In fact, most of the several thousand spirit warriors had died in this disaster. As for what exactly happened, they didn't know. The entire explanation could only be explained by Xiao Hua, and what Xiao Hua said didn't contradict what the other 2 said. Of course, it seemed that Xiao Hua himself didn't know how many spirit warriors the nether beast killed and how much brain matter it ate. He stroked his beard with his eagle claw-like hand and said with a smile, this old trip to the Jing Apple Village was not in vain. This junior is naturally happy. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this junior is already regretting that he didn't directly accept it. Little friend really has a straightforward character. This old's also like you. You're very similar to Zai and Zi Ming. Elder Jilan said with a smile. However, he wasn't in a hurry to give the storage pouch to Xiao Hua. Instead, he said, however, this old still has some surprises for little friend. Oh? What are they? Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and said with a smile, this junior is somewhat impatient. Hee, this old's had two choices when I obtained the bone. Elder Jilan said with a smile, either I continue to search for a method to refine my body, or I refine the heaven-reaching staff and use it to increase my strength. This old's thought for a long time and gave up on searching for a method to refine my body. Instead, I began to search for materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff. Unfortunately, this old's thought for a long time only led to a careless mistake. When I gathered almost all the materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff, I realized that in this world, where could this old self find a refiner who could refine the heaven-reaching staff? That's right. Ming also came to a realization. The joy he felt for Xiao Hua was instantly replaced by disappointment. This heaven-reaching staff is so heavy. What kind of method would be needed to refine it? It seems that the refining technique of our Meng Mountain can't be completed, right? That's right. When this old self realized this, I immediately went to ask Master and I Qin. Elder Jilan said with a regretful tone. This item is indeed of little value. Elder Jilan hesitated. Don't. This item is very good. This junior wants it. If Xiao Hua's soul could speak, he would definitely be shouting like this. This old man has a bone here that records a place. Of course, this place is very dangerous. According to this old man's knowledge, it's the place where a Daoist sect cultivator died. Elder Jilan took out a bone from the soul nest and said, this old man doesn't know who this cultivator was or what his cultivation was. The bone only records that this cultivator died in Wu Meng. If little friend Xiao is fated, you can go and take a look. Maybe you can obtain his legacy. Speaking up to here, Elder Jilan was a bit embarrassed and said, this old man only has these that little friend Xiao can use. There's nothing else. Elder Jilan. Xiao Hua faintly smiled and reached out to take the storage bag and the bone. He threw them into the space without hesitation and said, the important thing is Senior's goodwill. This junior doesn't want to accept it. This junior won't really go to Wu Meng to look for that Dao sect cultivator's legacy. Good. Seeing that Xiao Hua finally kept the storage bag, Elder Jilan's heart also settled down. He said in a relaxed manner, this old man will return to the Jing Apple Village tomorrow. If little friend Xiao has time, you can come to the Jing Apple Village as a guest. This old man is looking forward to it. Good. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, this junior will definitely pay a visit when he has time. Then, Elder Jilan followed Xiao Hua and cupped his hands to bid farewell. After Elder Jilan left, only Xiao Hua and the others were left in the back earth hall. It seemed very empty. Let's go, young Master Xiao. Ming looked at everyone and walked in front. Are you all right? Fairy Hongxia looked at Ming's back and asked Xiao Hua softly. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded, of course I'm all right. It's a pity that my seclusion time was too short. It's still too short. It's already been dozens of days. Fairy Hongxia said worriedly, this concubine thought that your injuries were extremely serious. It's still all right. Xiao Hua didn't say much and left the back earth hall. From the outside, the back earth hall was extremely vast and dangerous. But from the inside, it was much easier. Even though the thick bone pillars were still bone pillars, they didn't have the same aura as before. They didn't look too different from the pillars of a normal palace. As soon as Xiao Chen stepped out of the back earth hall, he was greeted by several guards. They were lined up neatly on either side of the door. A tall and skinny dark-skinned soul warrior walked over to Xiao Chen and bowed. This one is Mo Han. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Xiao. Mo Han? Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at this unfamiliar soul warrior and didn't have any impression of him. But then he remembered what Ji-Man said in the back earth hall. Smiling, he raised his hand and said, don't thank me, don't thank me. It was nothing but a small effort from this Xiao. There's no need to thank me. This junior's injuries are quite serious. I've been resting for the past few days. When I heard that young Master Xiao had come to the back earth hall, I hurried over. I must thank young Master Xiao for his kindness. Mo Han said sincerely after being helped up. Mo Han, I've heard about your injuries. You should go back and rest. Ziming said with a smile, young Master Xiao is a man with a big heart. You won't take this matter too seriously. Yes, this subordinate will go back now. Mo Han looked at Ziming, then looked at Xiao Hua and smiled, since this subordinate can see that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ziming are both safe and sound, this subordinate can rest easy. After saying that, Mo Han turned around and left. When he left, his steps were still a bit light. It was obvious that his injuries hadn't healed yet. Alas, we soul warriors of Meng specialize in soul warriors. But some soul warriors have neglected to refine their bodies. Ziming looked at Mo Han's back and sighed, this Mo Han's injuries may be serious, but it's been several weeks. Even if they haven't healed, it shouldn't be like this. When Xiao Hua heard this, he raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered something. But just as he was about to say something, Ziming turned to look at Xiao Mao. She was a bit hesitant to talk to Xiao Hua too much. Ziming said, young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you've been waiting for too long. As the saying goes, good things come with many setbacks. After so many things, young Master Xiao will definitely have a good ending. Xiao Mao had gotten to know quite a few elders of Meng over the past few weeks. Even though he didn't talk too much, and didn't even talk about his origins, he had a general understanding of the situation in the Back Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. It was much clearer than what Ziming had told him, and what Old Wu had told him. Because of this, Xiao Mao wasn't too worried about his situation. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly cupped his hands and said, young Miss Ziming. You've done a lot for this subordinate. This Xiao can't thank you enough. Hee, this is for young Master Xiao, and at the same time, for this concubine. Ziming smiled and nodded, this concubine will go back to bathe and burn some incense. 3 days later, I'll invite the Netherworld Mirror and head to young Master Zhao's place. We'll use the 2 chances that we've obtained with great difficulty. Good. I'll wait for young Miss Ziming's good news. Xiao Mao smiled and nodded. Immediately after, Ziming ordered the guards beside her to send Xiao Hua and the rest back. Then, she hurriedly left. Seeing how Ziming had separated herself from Xiao Hua so clearly in front of her, and didn't even say a word, Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly in her heart. Chapter 29:11. Xiao Hua didn't even have time to use his mana before he felt a sharp pain in his head. If his soul stab was like a sharp knife, then G-Man's soul stab was like a mountain of knives and a sea of knives. Xiao Hua's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Moreover, in the instant his magic power became sluggish and his head started to hurt, several dark green rays of light entangled by the black gas descended from the sky like dark green pythons, firmly trapping Xiao Hua. Not only was his magic power shackled, even his physical body was numb and powerless. Roar. How could Xiao Hua allow himself to be captured so easily? He forcefully activated the Dragonization Manual and also forcefully activated the Celestial Body Bestowment Technique. A layer of faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This golden light was like a thorn that pierced straight into the dark green giant python, forcefully creating a gap of 1/2 inch. There was another cold snort. A pale white streak of light came down from the sky. It was a soul armament. This soul armament was about the size of a palm, but it suddenly expanded in size in the wind of the netherworld. Like a giant hand, it slammed into Xiao Hua's golden light. Kacha kacha. There was a series of cracking sounds as the large lock turned into a shackle that locked Xiao Hua's entire body in place. One by one, white bones started to form and pierce deep into Xiao Hua's body. The golden light around Xiao Hua's body was immediately extinguished. Two sharp sword-like bone spurs emerged from the shackles and protruded from Xiao Hua's back. They dangerously pressed against the back of Xiao Hua's head and the top of his head. Those sharp points had already pierced into Xiao Hua's skin. An enormous force emerged from the white bones of the shackles. Not only did it completely confine Xiao Hua's body and meridians, it also sealed the mysterious dark clouds. Xiao Hua sighed. This G-man was far too strong. Looking at Ziming and the others, he saw that they were also trapped by the giant python. There was nothing they could do to resist. Xiao Hua looked up to see G-man's malevolent face. Slowly coming out from the hole, G-man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at everyone. Lord G-man, Xiao Hua struggled with all his might, but it seemed that he still had some strength left in him. He shouted, "This Xiao was the one who broke this nether passage mirror. I will bear all the responsibility." The nether passage mirror. Hee, you're really powerful, spiritual master Xiao. You actually destroyed the soul treasure of my Huda stockade. Do you really intend to join hands with this slut to snatch my Huda stockade from my hands? When G-man heard this, he glanced at the wreckage of the netherlink mirror on the ground. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he spoke coldly. G-man, what do you mean? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Ziming also said coldly, although this boy has made some mistakes, when has he ever had such a rebellious heart? Could it be that G-man? Heh, if you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. What are you still trying to hide from me? With a wave of G-man's hand, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Over 100 armored guards were escorting dozens of soul warriors into the hall. These dozens of soul warriors were all drenched in blood, and their faces were filled with malevolence. What is this for? Ziming squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "These are all boys' close attendants." It was precisely because the boy was worried that the Huda stockade's defense would be lax that he sent them out to patrol. G-man captured them all and even tortured them for questioning. At the same time, they waved their hands. Without using any machetes, the heads of the dozens of captured spirit warriors were immediately separated from their necks. Their blood spurted high into the air, and the entire hall was immediately filled with the pungent smell of blood. However, all the spirit warriors in the hall seemed to be very familiar with this. Even the 10-year-old child from Jingchang Stockade didn't show any signs of fear. The guards threw away the corpses of the dead spirit warriors and strode to the pool of blood in front of them. They reached out their hands and picked up the heads of the spirit warriors, stuffing them into their waists. Ziming coldly looked at this scene and said coldly, "Just now you said that others killed Xiao Chang, but now you killed the spirit warriors of Huda Stockade in the blink of an eye, and you didn't even ask. It was my order, how could they deserve the death penalty?" Heh, you finally admit it? G-man laughed coldly, "This old woman thought that you would be stubborn to the end." Humph, what did I admit? These are just my subordinates. Whatever they did, it should be my responsibility. If you didn't want to cut off my power, why would you suddenly kill them? Ziming denied again. Xiao Hua was very surprised. He didn't understand why Ziming would hide the truth of the matter. Didn't Ziming have a soul item that contained the souls of the demon dwellers? If he took it out and showed it to G-man, she would know. Ziming also said clearly that G-man and Elder Wu were soul cultivators. It was very unlikely that they would be possessed by the demon dwellers. The 9 divine guards were simply no match for Drought Demon. You naturally didn't rely on these cultivators, but rather that Drought Demon. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and also smiled bitterly. Who would have known that Drought Demon had pledged allegiance to Xiao Mao later on? Xiao Hua naturally also thought that Zi Ming's maids could testify for her. However, Xiao Hua had seen a few of these maids at the very beginning. Later on, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were killed by Zi Yan. How could they testify? Why wasn't it Zi Yan who set up a trap to deal with the boy? Zi Ming couldn't help but refute. Ji-Man glanced at Zi Ming and Xiao Hua, nodded and said, as the first candidate for Ji-Man's position, if Zi Yan wanted to meddle with the Grand Witch, he could naturally deal with you. But he cares about Meng Mountain and wants to benefit the people of Meng Mountain and save them from danger. Why would he care about the position of Grand Witch? Look at you. I already know that this so-called Daoist Shao has some seeds that can try to solve the current predicament, but for your own selfishness, you used them as the price to haggle with me and Grand Witch. You took these seeds in your own hands. You even want to use these seeds to set up another leader outside of Grand Witch and Ji-Man of Huda's stronghold, dividing the people of Huda's stronghold. Zi Ming, oh Zi Ming, your intentions are terrible. Seeds. What seeds? Ji-Man of Jingong's stronghold was puzzled. The seeds taken from the netherworld, could it be that they can't compare to these seeds? Go and ask him. Ji-Man pointed at another skinny old man in the distance. When the old man saw Ji-Man pointing at him, he quickly walked out from the crowd, bowed and said, I'm Grand Witch of Weeping Fowl Stronghold. More than half a year ago, I learned from the people of Wu's stronghold that they are planting a strange seed. This seed is different from the previous ones. It's not afraid of the drought in Meng Mountain, and it grows very fast, much faster than the previous seeds. Chapter 29:13. If I don't release them, will you not give me those millet seeds? Ji-Man sneered. That's right. Those millet seeds, boy, have been taken out of Huda's stronghold by my subordinates. As soon as they hear the news of the boy's death, they will immediately destroy the soul nest. They don't even know what's inside. Zi Ming nodded. Huh, look, Ji-Man pointed with her hand. You are the descendant of Huda great god, but you don't treat your own people as your own. The trillions of people in Meng Mountain are not even worth a few damn cultivators. If I compromise with you, how am I going to explain to Huda great god? Not to mention that they killed Lu, I will not let them go. Just because they led you astray, I will kill them. Ji-Man, Zi Ming said anxiously, they really have nothing to do with this. Zi Yan's death was also because they wanted to save the boy. Ji-Man waved her hand, stopping Zi Ming's explanation and said, don't worry, I will definitely kill them by your side. I will let you know the feeling of your loved one dying before you die. Hearing the words of his loved one, Zi Ming's face flushed red. The hatred in his eyes faded as he glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had his eyes closed and did not know. Fairy Xianxia was a little embarrassed and angry. She glared fiercely at Zi Ming. Poor Fairy Xianxia. Previously, she had been burdened by Jiao Xia's matter and was somewhat resentful towards Xiao Hua. However, Jiao Xia had saved her life. Furthermore, Jiao Xia knew when to stop and leave. This made Fairy Xianxia feel somewhat comforted. Now that they came to Huda's stronghold, this Zi Ming was actually Zi Yi. He actually. Back in Sky Patrol City, before Fairy Xianxia joined the battle, he already had an affair with Xiao Hua. How could Fairy Xianxia not be miserable? Now, Fairy Xianxia had not recovered from the joy and shock of knowing that her sister did not die. Once again, she was awakened by Ji-Man's words. How could she not be angry? Since Ji-Man knows about this, then, you must know that if young Master Xiao and the others cannot leave safely, that millet boy will definitely be destroyed. Zi Ming said resolutely. Since you have such thoughts, then, you should also understand my feelings. Since they killed this old woman will definitely not let them off. G-Man replied word by word. You're so good at devising strategies, but there's still a flaw. Not to mention that after I kill you all, I can still find the seed in your storage bags. Why don't you try? Ming sneered. G-Man ignored her and continued, furthermore, since you've already broken off all ties with this old woman, you shouldn't have used this seed on the way back to the Back Earth Stockade. Now, even if I were to kill all of you, with those seeds in Weeping Lychee Stronghold, I have absolute confidence that I can replace all the seeds in Meng Mountains within 100 years. The millet seeds in your hands right now, it doesn't matter if this old woman wants them or not. It was just a matter of starving the people to death. The sins of these people will all be on your head. Do you think this boy didn't think of this? Speaking up to here, Ming's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Unfortunately, young Master Xiao and the others have the world in their hearts. Although they are not the people of Meng Mountains, they are better than the people of Meng Mountains. When they saw too many people starving to death along the way, they threw their own safety to the back of their minds and insisted on keeping the millet seeds. Although this boy knows that this is not appropriate, it can't stop them from being kind. If they were kind, why would they set a trap in the peacock tomb with you? G-Man didn't believe it at all. She waved her hand and said, the truth has been revealed, and this old woman has said all that I can say. The spirit treasure soul lock that was imprisoning his body was currently emitting an intense sound. What was special was that the bone spikes that were pressing against Xiao Hua's forehead and the back of his head were currently being restrained by a layer of dense green light. Furthermore, the green light was flashing more and more, gradually covering Xiao Hua's head. The loud sound came from within the green light. Green seal text. G-Man was even more shocked when she saw it. She could clearly see that the flashing green light was the green seal text that was gradually forming. Furthermore, following the formation of the green seal text, a familiar sound gradually came out. This sound was like the sound of thunder, but also like the sound of flowing water. It came from afar and came closer. It stopped in her ears and was born in her heart. Not only that, following the sound, an indescribable feeling emerged from G-Man's heart. She looked at Xiao Hua's surroundings in disbelief. Furthermore, following the sound, she looked towards the sky. The formation of the green seal text actually caused a phenomenon in the sky. Strands of dark clouds came from all directions and gradually gathered above Ho-Tu stronghold. This. G-Man couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. This was a divine ability that even she didn't have before. That's right, at this moment, Xiao Hua had already gradually figured out the method to pronounce the green seal text. Within the mysterious dark clouds, the tiny green seal text overlapped one another and emitted a loud sound. This sound shook the soul lock's imprisonment and wanted to break it apart. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only had the cloud summoning rain talisman. This talisman didn't have any offensive power. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's green seal text wasn't completely successful. Even if he wanted to break free from the soul lock's imprisonment, he still couldn't do so. Now, it even attracted G-Man's attention. G-Man was shocked and resentment appeared in her eyes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. As she waved her bone staff, a green light appeared in her mouth. When the green light landed on the blood essence immediately exploded and turned into a ghost head. The ghost head screamed and rushed into Xiao Hua's head. Following the disappearance of the ghost head, the green light around Xiao Hua's head also gradually disappeared. The sound of the green seal text also gradually stopped and the dark clouds that filled the sky also slowly dispersed. Xiao Hua's final struggle was also broken by G-Man. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that he was already at his wit's end. G-Man's gaze coldly swept across the dejected Xiaohua, then he looked into the distance. The other loud sound just now came from where Hanba was. Hanba's body flashed with a red brilliance, and a huge illusory figure appeared from its body. It seemed to be formed by strange red runes, and it grew bigger and bigger. In the moment that G-Man imprisoned Xiaohua again, the phantom had already grown to more than 10 feet. The green light and ghost head that were binding Hanba was blocked by the phantom. The soul power of the 35 elders seemed to be insufficient to support the green light. As the light flickered, the phantom actually showed signs of collapsing. Hanba. As expected of great god Shibai's descendant. G-Man sighed. Her body flashed with a green light again. Like a green rainbow, she shot into the sky and appeared right above Hanba's phantom in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes were focused on G-Man. They wanted to see what she would do. However, G-Man simply stretched out her hand and a green light appeared at her fingertips. The moment this green light appeared, it was as bright as a star. It was even brighter than the rising sun. Chapter 29:15. Humph, G-Man snorted coldly once again. With a point of his finger, Hitorigami immediately fell from the sky like a huge boulder. With a loud boom, it smashed into the foot of the mountain, shattering a huge boulder at the foot of the mountain. Watch this thing carefully. G-Man instructed. Turning around, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards the hall. The 35 elders did not dare to be negligent. They descended from the air and surrounded Hanba. Green light was faintly discernible on their bone staffs. Clearly, they were on high alert. G-Man's figure appeared in front of the palace door. The bone staff glowed with green light again. G-Man waved his hand and the green light streaked across the sky like a sharp sword. A green crack appeared in the air in front of the palace door. This crack slowly split open and pulled to both sides. At the same time, the green light rolled up like a rolling curtain. Roar! The green light rolled up halfway. A roar came from the green light and the two green lights turned into a beast's head. The beast head became slightly more solid, then turned around and charged toward the two deathly white bone doors at the entrance of the palace. With a loud boom, the beast's head sank into the bone doors. The two bone doors glowed with green light and blood gradually appeared. It was like the blood in the netherworld sea. It flowed along the bone doors. When the entire bone doors were covered by the blood, G-Man opened his mouth and chanted in the Huda village's witchcraft language. A flight of stairs gradually appeared in the blood. It extended from the bone doors and extended to G-Man's feet. The blood gradually turned into a ferocious beast's head. It opened its bloody mouth and waited to devour the guests on the stairs. G-Man glanced at the stairs under his feet and slowly stepped onto it. The stairs changed and brought G-Man's body into the mouth of the beast head that was formed by the palace door. As for the guards, when they saw G-Man go, they quickly grabbed Xiao Mao and the others. Especially the guard who was freed from Xiao Hua's hands by using the green seal scripture. He kicked Xiao Hua fiercely a few times before grabbing Xiao Hua's neck and jumping up the stairs. The stairs were also strange. As the guards jumped up, the stairs suddenly widened. It did not feel crowded when the few of them stood together. Naturally, the rest of the people also stepped onto the stairs after the guards. Xiao Hua's face was facing down. He could only see the stairs constantly changing, followed by a blood-red color and the smell of blood. In the end, Xiao Hua saw a ground full of bones and skeletons. Plop. Xiao Hua was casually thrown to the ground like an object. Only now did he have the chance to raise his face and see the situation of this hall clearly. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the ancestral shrine of Huda village was this huge bone hall. There were no pillars in the center of the bone hall. The roof of the hall was made of bones and skeletons, and the floor was also made of bones and skeletons. In fact, it was not clear which was the floor and which was the roof. At the top of the hall was a blood-red curtain that blocked everyone's view. What was behind the curtain couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Not even soul sense or divine sense could see through it. G-Man quietly stood in front of the curtain. Her eyes stared at the blood-red curtain, and 2 traces of blood could be seen in her eyes. Cough cough. After everyone who could enter the ancestral shrine had entered, G-Man coughed twice, turned around, and raised her hand. It was the token of Senior Wu. With a cold voice, she said, "Everyone, you have all seen it." For the sake of G-Man's position, Ziming had schemed a lot. Not only did he use Huda Village's Hanba as bait to lure Xian, then he used Hanba's bloodline power to kill Xian. Furthermore, he had also leaked the secret of Meng Mountain to the cultivators of Dao sect. As a cultivator of Dao sect, this Xiaohua actually knows some witchcraft arts. This old woman really doesn't know how many secrets Ziming had leaked out. Ziming's evil deeds have already violated the teachings of our ancestors. Although he is the primary candidate for G-Man, this old woman has decided to send him back to the embrace of Huda Great God, so that he can reflect on his actions. As for these cultivators of Dao sect, they are the murderers of Xian. This old woman will also exterminate them to avenge Xian. After she finished speaking, G-Man turned around and faced the blood-red curtain. She knelt down, and a voice of yin and yang came out from her mouth. It seemed like she was praying, but also seemed like she was telling something. All the soul warriors and elders behind her also knelt down, and a similar voice came out from their mouths. Following these voices, strands of green light slowly appeared, and floated towards the blood-red curtain. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the green light on the blood-red curtain increased, and gradually formed a layer of green mist. At this moment, G-Man stood up from the ground and raised the token in her hand. The token flew into the air and rushed into the mist. With a buzzing sound, all of the mist was sucked in by the token. The token trembled for a moment, then turned into a strange beast head the size of a fist. The beast head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a beam of green light shot out, landing on the blood-red curtain. The curtain gradually opened, and a huge statue of Huda Great God appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Whoa! A series of strange high-pitched sounds came from the mouths of the Huda Stronghold's residents. Everyone piously knelt down again. The gigantic statue of a deity was floating in midair, and the 2 hands in front of it were holding 2 jade snakes in a hugging posture. Chapter 29:16. However, the ferocious glint in her eyes disappeared in a flash. G-Man did not dare to kill the saint beast even though she was confident. Because she wasn't confident and didn't dare to kill all the elders in the ancestral shrine. Moreover, she didn't dare to destroy the entire Huda Stronghold's foundation. Is it wrong for me to avenge Lu, Huda God? Why is she so unfair to me? G-Man clenched her fists and murmured to herself as warmth gushed out from her eyes. G-Man. A gentle voice came from the palace door in the distance. Elder Wu? G-Man sniffed and looked over, only to see a slightly dark and skinny young man walking over from there. This young man looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely bright, like the twinkling stars of the morning. Moreover, this young man walked slowly, step by step in the air. His figure was faintly discernible, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of G-Man. Greetings, Elder Wu. G-Man didn't dare to be negligent and bowed. Everyone in the ancestral shrine also bowed with G-Man, and the respect in their eyes was even greater than when they saw Little Black. Woof woof, woof woof. Only Little Black continued to bark in the air, not afraid of this young man. Hee hee. Elder Wu had a warm smile on his face as he reached out his hand and patted Little Black's head. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Then, Elder Wu pointed his finger, and a green light that was almost invisible to the naked eye appeared from his hand and landed on Xiaohua's body. The dozens of dark green pythons immediately disappeared. Immediately after, Old Wu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the soul lock that bound Xiaohua also broke free from Xiaohua's body and landed in his hand. Finally, old Wu frowned slightly, and with a flick of his right hand's middle finger, a ball of blood-red brilliance also flew out from Xiaohua's head and dissipated in the air. Xiaohua completely regained his freedom. He stood up from the ground and respectfully said, "Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior." "Xiaohua? You're not Zhang Xiaohua?" Old Wu also seemed to be surprised as he looked at Xiao He. At this moment, Xiao He was very happy. He had already landed on Xiaohua's head and messed up Xiaohua's hair. Junior's name might be Zhang Xiaohua, but Junior's name is Xiaohua now. Xiaohua looked at Elder Wu's gentle expression and didn't hide anything, carefully replying, "Oh, I see." Nodding his head, Old Wu looked at Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Finally, he looked at G-Man who had yet to get up and asked, "G-Man, please get up. What's going on? I beg Elder Wu to make the decision and seek justice for my dead Lu, G-Man refused to get up and said in a sorrowful voice, Ziyan. What's wrong? When did he return to Huda Great God's embrace?" Elder Wu was also surprised, and he hurriedly asked. Of course it was Ziming's doing. G-Man said hatefully, "Otherwise, how could I tie her up and bring her to the ancestral hall? How could I alarm the sacred beast?" Elder Wu nodded his head slightly, glancing at Ziming. He didn't instruct G-Man to release Ziming and the rest, but asked indifferently, "Have you investigated?" "Yes, I have investigated, and Ziming has admitted it himself." G-Man replied. "I got it. Please get up." Elder Wu's expression didn't change. "Tell me the whole story. Now that we are in the ancestral hall, I may not have the authority to punish others. If Ziming really killed Ziyan, I will give Ziyan an explanation right here." "Yes, I thank Elder Wu." Hearing that, G-Man hurriedly got up and repeated the whole story. Then, she pointed her finger downwards and said, "The elders and guards were all present. I was afraid that there might be a mistake, so I brought them to the ancestral hall. If Elder Wu doesn't believe me, you can ask them." "Alright." Elder Wu nodded his head, looked at Xiaohua and asked, "What G-Man said, do you admit it?" Xiaohua smiled and shook his head, replying, "Although most of what G-Man said is true, she got it wrong. The one who set the trap is Ziyan, not Ziming. Furthermore, this Ziyan is definitely not the Lu, that G-Man spoke of. He is Lu, who has been possessed by the devil. Ziming has solid evidence. Elder Wu only needs to take a look to know." Lu has been possessed? This is impossible." Not only was Elder Wu stunned, even G-Man turned pale with fright and denied it. "Sigh, the devil's methods are getting more and more brilliant." Elder Wu was clearly starting to believe Xiaohua. With a sigh, he said to G-Man, "Release Ziming, this old man will question him." G-Man asked in disbelief, "Xiaohua, if Ziming has solid evidence, then previously." At this point, G-Man couldn't ask any further. She already understood that Ziming wouldn't give this evidence to her even if he had to risk his life. That was an extreme distrust of her. G-Man's face paled slightly, and she released Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Ziming ignored G-Man, bowing towards Elder Wu and said, "Boy greets Elder Wu. It's been hard on you." Elder Wu waved his hand and said, "Tell me everything that happened." "Yes." Ziming replied, and told Elder Wu everything that happened after he left the Back Earth stronghold. He even told Elder Wu about Master Qin's death. In the end, Ziming stretched out his hand, and his index finger cut across his calf like a knife. With a flash of blood, the soul artifact that contained the devil's soul was taken out from his flesh, and he raised his hand to present it to Elder Wu. Seeing this soul artifact, G-Man's face turned even paler. She already understood that Ziming was telling the truth. Ziyan was no longer Ziyan. The one who killed Ziyan was the devil in this soul artifact, and Ziming could even be said to have avenged Ziyan. Ji-man, do you want to see it or me? Elder Wu took the soul bead, and instructed Zi-Ming to heal his wounds, then asked Ji-man, Elder Wu, please see. Ji-man shook her head slightly. This concubine wants to avoid suspicion. Alright, Elder Wu didn't decline, and his starry eyes stared at the soul bead. A strand of green crystal came out from between his eyebrows and entered the soul bead. Traces of blood red seeped out from the soul orb and entered Venerable Wu's forehead through the crystal thread. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Venerable Wu finally retrieved the crystal thread and looked at Ji-man with a complicated expression. Was this concubine wrong? Ji-man couldn't help but ask, how many devil's minions are there in the back earth stronghold? You were wrong. But it's good that you didn't make a big mistake. Elder Wu said lightly, and then his mouth moved a few times. Ah. Ji-man heard, and couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Wu's face was also gloomy. He threw the soul bead in his hand, and it landed in front of Blackie. Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and with a ha sound, a white light came out of his mouth and sprinkled on the soul bead. A pitch-black shadow let out a mournful cry and was sucked into his stomach. After Blackie ate the devil's soul, he actually did the same thing as Goldie. He stretched his waist, and his blood-red tongue touched the corner of his mouth. Then, he laid on Xiaohua's shoulder and seemed to be drowsy. Xiaohua looked at Blackie, and used his hand to stroke its smooth fur. He smiled and asked, Elder Wu, this is this junior's Blackie. This junior wants to take it away. Yes, although this is the sacred beast of our back earth stronghold, it still came from the heavens. From the day it asked this old man to look for you, this old man knew that it would leave the back earth stronghold. Elder Wu nodded slightly. Moreover, the sacred beast is a sacred beast because it was bestowed by the heavens. The sacred beast's whereabouts are arranged by the great God. How can we, the people, decide for the sacred beast? Many thanks, Elder Wu. Xiaohua smiled and temporarily placed Blackie in his arms. Farewell, sacred beast. Xiaohua said casually, but the elders of the back earth stronghold did not dare to be negligent. Everyone knelt on the ground again. Thank you, great God Hoodoo, for your grace. As if it heard everyone's kowtows, Blackie actually poked its little head out from Xiaohua's arms. With a ha sound, it spat out a white light, and then shrank back. I've made you suffer. Elder Wu looked at Fairy Xianxia and the rest and said kindly. Fairy Xianxia and the rest hurriedly bowed. This junior greets Elder Wu. This is nothing. As long as we can clear Miss Zi-Ming's grievances, we are already satisfied. Sigh, it's all because this old woman was too anxious and believed in slanderous words. Ji-man also hurriedly said. Fairy Xianxia and the rest glanced at the calm Zi-Ming and quickly bowed. This matter is too much of a coincidence, and Ji-man is also concerned about her family. This junior can understand. Ji-man looked at Zi-Ming's expression, and her heart sank. She knew that the family she had accumulated for dozens of years had been poured down like a torrential flood in less than a day. Zi-Ming's heart had already built a strong dam, and no matter how hard she tried, it would be impossible for her to reach the same level as before. Sure enough, Zi-Ming glanced at everyone and said calmly, Boy knows that he is not good at expanding, but he is good at protecting what he has built. He has never put the safety of the people of Meng Mountains aside. Furthermore, I don't care how others look at Boy. Boy only does what he thinks is right. It doesn't matter if you understand or misunderstand. Chapter 29:17. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Venerable Wu and Ji-man had mentioned his name twice in a row. That Ji-man was still fine, but she should have sensed the situation with them. Since Venerable Wu of Bai Lu's stronghold could mention the name Daoist Xiao, then Ji-man could too. However, Venerable Wu was different. He had just returned from outside, and Zi-Ming had told him that he was ordered by the Shaman King to go deep into Meng Mountains. How could he know so clearly? Thinking of Venerable Wu's situation, Xiaohua naturally thought of Shui Mingcha of Sword Domain. Since she could also mention his name, although there was still some doubt in her tone, since she could think of it, how could the others not know? Since the sword cultivators knew, how could the cultivators of Dao's sect not know? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Perhaps the current nascent soul masters already know Wu Ming's origin. Looks like I'll have to seek advice from Han Zhu about my Buddhist cultivation. I'll see how I can conceal it better. Everything in Huda Stronghold and Meng Mountains was arranged by the great hands of Huda Great God and the other 12 great gods. It was all to temper and sharpen us, the descendants of the great gods. Only after going through the hardships of Huda's stronghold today can we understand the value of family, trust, and selflessness. Only after going through the drought of Meng Mountains can we understand the importance of hard work and toil, and the importance of Meng Mountains to us. Venerable Wu saw Xiaohua frown and ignored him. He then said to Ziming and the others, all the disasters now have shown us that no matter if it's the demons, swordsmen, or cultivators, even the soul warriors and natives of Meng Mountains, they all have some unfathomable intentions. They always want to realize their own schemes and satisfy their own selfish desires. They treat the lives of billions of people in Meng Mountains as grass, and treat Meng Mountains as a chess piece. They even treat the world as their own slaughterhouse. This is something that we, the descendants of the 12 great gods, cannot tolerate. This destroys the tradition of our billions of people peacefully guarding Meng Mountains. Yes, we'll listen to senior shaman's instructions. When everyone heard this, they were all excited and cheered in unison. Even though there were still some sounds among these calls, and there were still some shaman language that Xiaohua and the others couldn't understand. Obviously, Grandmaster Wu's words were meant for Xiaohua and the others to hear. Then, Grandmaster Wu spoke again, but this time, Xiaohua and the others couldn't understand the shaman language. Following Grandmaster Wu's orders, groups of guards were led out by the elders. In just a short while, only Grandmaster Wu, Ji-Man, Xiaohua, and the others were left in the ancestral hall. The current Huda stronghold is in some trouble. I believe Daoist Master Xiao has already seen it. This old man was aware of this situation long ago and has already made preparations. However, I never thought that the devil cultivator's attack would be so intense that even Ziyan's body would be possessed. It seems that this old man will be busy for a while in the coming days. Grandmaster Wu said to Xiaohua in a very amiable manner, therefore, I would like to ask Daoist Xiao to stay in my back-earth village for a few days. After this old man has finished dealing with the secular affairs, I will discuss with Daoist Xiao. No problem, Xiaohua smiled. Although this Grandmaster Wu looked very ordinary, but since he appeared in the ancestral hall, every action and word of his attracted everyone's gaze and attention. Furthermore, Grandmaster Wu's words were neither hot nor cold, and were extremely pleasant to the ears. His fairness and strictness were self-evident, which made Xiaohua's heart filled with admiration. Xiaohua naturally took this kind of senior's words to heart. He bowed and said, Junior and the others will listen to senior's arrangements. Ji-Man, follow this old man to the back-earth palace. Grandmaster Wu nodded and ordered Ji-Man. Ji-Man also replied respectfully, yes, this concubine understands. Ziming, now that you have repaired the soul-falling lamp, and Ziye's matter has also been settled, rest for a day and then come to the back-earth palace. Grandmaster Wu looked at Ziming, who was in a daze and looking straight at the ground, and said. Ziming's situation seemed to be very emotional about Grandmaster Wu's words, and he actually didn't hear Grandmaster Wu's order clearly. After Grandmaster Wu finished speaking, he suddenly understood and asked curiously as if he had just woken up from a dream, Boy, why are you going to the back-earth palace? Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Wu laughed and didn't say another word. He raised his feet and walked away like a shadow. Ji-Man looked at Ziming apologetically, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and also walked out of the ancestral hall. Ziming looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What should have happened had happened, and what should have been said had been said. It seemed that what happened before was different from before, but thinking carefully, what changed? What didn't change? Zi Ming. Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Zi Ming's ears. Grandmaster Wu is right, yesterday is yesterday, today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. You still have to think carefully. This concubine understands. It's easy to say, but when it comes to doing, how can it be so simple to truly understand? Zi Ming looked at Xiao Hua with a bitter smile. Chapter 29-22. However, if we simply talk about life and death, then a human can be divided into two parts. One is the 3 souls and 6 spirits cultivated by the people of Meng Mountain, and the other is the fleshly body cultivated by the Daoist or sword cultivators. The fleshly body is further divided into blood vessels, body, meridians, and so on. If a person's soul is the sky, then the fleshly body is the earth. No matter if it's the sky or the earth, neither can be missing. Without the fleshly body, the soul has no place to reside, and without the soul, the fleshly body becomes an empty shell, and can't be considered a human. The soul is extremely important, and as long as one soul or spirit is damaged or lost, the person will no longer be the same person. Even if he is alive, what's the difference between that and death? But if the fleshly body is gone, and the 3 souls and 6 spirits are left in the world, then even if he dies, he can be reborn with an excellent fleshly body. What's the difference between that and being alive? Senior Wu's words were simple, and Li Zongbao might not be unaware of it, but he was still very respectful. But when he heard Senior Wu's words, he couldn't hold back the fire in his heart and said anxiously, then, Wuxia, as for her situation, this old man has never seen it, so naturally I can't jump to conclusions. Although Senior Wu didn't say anything, there was a slight dissatisfaction on his face, seemingly because he was interrupted by Li Zongbao. He said, but according to this old man's knowledge, although the person you're talking about has fallen, because of a coincidence, her soul didn't fall into the netherworld. That's why the netherworld mirror can't use the power of her soul to communicate with the netherworld. That's why you can't see what you want to see. There's no reason why I can't see the reincarnation? Li Zongbao was delighted and asked again. A person leaves his name when he passes by, and a goose leaves its sound when it passes by. The netherworld mirror can also use the power of a remnant soul to reveal a trace of information about the netherworld. Your situation only means that your soul didn't enter the netherworld. Senior Wu waved his hand and didn't say anything else. Sigh, Senior Brother Li. Xiaohua sighed at the side and said to himself, I've seen people lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, but I've never seen someone as blind as you. The way of life and death, the leader of the 3,000 great ways. Why don't you wait for Venerable Wu to finish speaking before mentioning Kaizhuxia? It's just a short while. Can you not be so anxious? Xiaohua had been listening attentively to Elder Wu's analysis of the way of life and death, but who would have thought that he would be interrupted by Li Zongbao before he could even begin? How could he not sigh? However, Xiaohua understood that compared to the grand Tao of life and death, Kaizhuxia's life and death seemed to be more important in Li Zongbao's eyes, right? Seeing that Elder Wu was no longer interested in dissecting, Xiaohua could only probe. In that case, that person's soul is either incomplete or lost. It's impossible for a soul or a spirit to flow into the netherworld? Elder Wu couldn't not answer Xiaohua's question, but he nodded and said, Indeed. Even if there was a soul in the netherworld, the nether passage mirror would still be able to reveal a trace of it. Therefore, the soul of the person you speak of is either wandering the world, or it was captured by someone else, and used to craft a soul armament. Li Zongbao's expression changed when he heard this. He turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also shocked when he heard this. Chapter 29-23. Fooling around, fooling around. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled. It's because I have the cloud and rain summoning talisman that I used to practice. Practice. Li Zongbao's mind was in a mess. He smiled bitterly. Previously, he used a spiritual treasure like the Kill Immortal Whip to practice, and now he's using a soul cultivator's secret art to practice. This Xiaohua, yes, Xiaohua's face was getting more and more ferocious. He was no longer the first-level qi refining cultivator that Li Zongbao met in the past. That. Elder Wu slightly hesitated, his gaze sweeping over Ziming. Ziming naturally understood Elder Wu's thoughts. Without waiting for Elder Wu to speak, he immediately said to Xiaohua, Young Master Xiao, my Huda stronghold wants to make a deal with Young Master. I wonder if Young Master is interested? Oh. Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, When I have nothing to do, I like to go shopping. I can always pick up some good deals. Hee, I've said too much. I wonder what kind of deal Huda's stronghold wants to make with me. Hee, is there even a need to say? Ziming smiled and said, Young Master has already said, don't you have the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Misty Cloud sect? My Meng Mountain is currently in a drought. Isn't this technique suitable for my Meng Mountain? Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood, but his eyes rolled and he asked again, I wonder what good things Huda's stronghold can use to exchange. It's good that you can exchange. Ziming smiled and said, I wonder what Young Master Xiao wants. What do I want? Xiaohua scratched his head. Little friend Xiao, if my Huda's stronghold doesn't have it, I can find the Shaman King. The cloud and rain summoning talisman is important to my Meng Mountain. Elder Wu smiled and said. Then what about millet seed? Xiaohua smiled and said. Seeing Xiaohua finally point out the most important thing today, Elder Wu was not surprised. He said seriously, millet seed is more important than the cloud and rain summoning talisman. I must get it no matter what. Therefore, I'll talk to little friend Xiao first. Good. Seeing Elder Wu speak so straightforwardly, Xiaohua also clapped and said to Ji-Man, I don't want anything else. I just want the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Confucian inheritance. Ah. Confucian inheritance? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Elder Wu and Ji-Man had thought about it for a long time and thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they didn't expect that Xiaohua would want the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator. That's impossible. Ji-Man replied almost without thinking. Likewise, Old Wu had a wry smile on his face as he helplessly replied, "Little friend Xiao, my hood's stronghold is a soul cultivator of the Meng Mountains. You can choose whatever you want from our soul arts. Aren't you making things difficult for me by looking for the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator? Besides, the inheritance of Confucianism is G-Man's own destiny. It has nothing to do with our hood's stronghold." Even Zi Ming couldn't understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. Xiao Hua also felt very embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Nonsense, this is the hood's stronghold. You let this young master choose. I've chosen the legacy of Confucianism because it has nothing to do with your Magus village, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. So this young master's thoughtfulness is making things difficult for you?" Xiao Hua touched his nose habitually and said with a smile, "This matter is making things difficult for old Wu. Then just pretend that this junior didn't say anything. Since old Wu has given the conditions, you obviously have a plan. Then there's no need to play riddles with this junior. Just tell this junior directly." Old Wu shook his head helplessly. Chapter 29-24. Elder Wu was unlucky to meet such a greedy Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, "This old man doesn't have any other thoughts. Firstly, this old man knows that you have the rejuvenation pill that can replenish life essence. Secondly, G-Man and Zimming have seen your green seal script. That's why I want to exchange talismans for talismans. If little friend Xiao doesn't think it's suitable, we can continue the discussion. Can this junior see the talismans now?" Xiao Hua was tempted. "Of course you can." Old Wu stretched out his hand, and a thumb-sized bone suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, the bone flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua caught it with his hand and used his soul sense to look at it. Only then did he realize that this was how the green seal script was recorded. He had been bargaining with Venerable Wu all this while, but he never thought that he didn't even know how to record the green seal text. What could he use to exchange with Venerable Wu? Only by looking at this bone would he be able to give the green seal text of the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain to Elder Wu. What do you think? Elder Wu was obviously looking forward to this art of clouds and rain, and he didn't hide his impatience. On the contrary, his attitude made Xiao Hua, who had always been petty and calculative, somewhat embarrassed to say anything more. "All right." Xiao Hua kept the bone and nodded. Since Elder Wu is so sincere, how can this junior not agree? This is beneficial to the millions of people of Meng Mountain. This junior should agree. Good. Seeing Xiao Hua keep the bone, Elder Wu's heart was finally at ease. He clapped his hands and smiled. This old man knows that little friend Xiao will agree. But until now, this old man still can't be at ease. Hee, this is human nature. Xiao Hua smiled. This junior will now record the green seal script of the art of clouds and rain. Oh. Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "There's no record of this bone?" "No." Xiao Hua shrugged. "Furthermore, the green seal script of Misty Cloud's sect has disappeared. This junior, this is the only shop in the entire world." Elder Wu smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Xiao Hua was also very generous. He was merely a soul cultivator, and his cultivation was very shallow. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at and immediately sat down. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing?" Zi Ming asked curiously. "This Xiao is going to record the passing clouds and summoning rain technique right now?" Xiao Hua said in all seriousness. Young Master, do you know how to record green seal text soul techniques?" Zi Ming probed. This Xiao really doesn't know how to. However, looking at Elder Wu's green seal scripture bone, would like to try. Xiao Hua didn't hide it. After all, Elder Wu values this matter very much. This Xiao also wants to give this green seal text to Huda village. Ming was speechless. He looked at Grandmaster Wu, and when he saw no reaction from Grandmaster Wu, he reached out his hand and took out a bone from his soul nest. Then, he threw it over to Xiao Hua and said, "Young Master Xiao, do you think the soul technique of Meng Mountains is an ordinary Dao art? Take a good look at it. Is this green seal text easy to record?" This. Xiao Hua's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Ming to have the method to create a bone. However, when he took the bone and scanned it with his soul sense, although his expression didn't change, he suddenly understood. Not only did this bone contain the method to record green seal text, there were also many other soul techniques. Ming had said earlier that soul techniques were the secret of Huda village. She couldn't give it to Xiao Hua casually. Chapter 29-26. Xiao Hua was really scared and shrunk his neck. He didn't expect his body to be so precious. Maybe it's because of your great god's aura that the 12 great gods sent you to Meng Mountains. Old Wu laughed. "You're the messenger of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains. I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you." However, at this point, Elder Wu continued sternly, "Of course, even if I don't dare to do it, it doesn't mean that others don't dare to. Xiao Hua, you must remember what I said just now. I asked Ming and the others to leave for the same reason. This is your biggest secret, you must not underestimate it." "Yes, this junior understands." "Thank you, Old Wu." Xiao Hua bowed. "Also, about the seal on your middle dantian, I've looked at it carefully just now. It's an extremely rare seal in your Dao sect. If I'm not wrong, it should be done by 2 or 3 people at the same time. These 3 people's cultivation bases are either spirit severing or void refinement, and to break this seal, even if it's the so-called combination, it won't be easy." Old Wu said again. "Why?" Xiao Hua's face changed. "This seal isn't a simple seal, but the people who cast the seal used a special method to cast different seals. These different seals complement each other, just like your Dao sect's yin and yang mutual restraint technique. If the people who cast the seal didn't know the order of these seals and unseal it according to the special method, then, this seal would immediately explode from the inside out. According to what I know, this explosion should be equivalent to the joint attack of these people." Old Wu had already understood, and his face regained its calmness as he slowly explained to Xiao Hua. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face changed greatly. He instantly understood the shock of the 10,000 demon realm goddess when she saw the seal that day. This seal was really too insidious. If the people who cast the seal didn't unseal it personally, not only would Xiao Hua be unable to protect himself, even the cultivators who saved Xiao Hua would be seriously injured. In particular, this was a life and death struggle. If they couldn't get Xiao Hua's body and couldn't seize it, then others couldn't get it either. Not to mention Xiao Hua removing the seal by himself, even if he found someone else, if he wasn't careful, the first one to fall would definitely be Xiao Hua. No matter what, the middle dantian. Yes, and the Naiwan Palace, it was impossible for it to disappear from Xiao Hua's body. As long as there was a problem with the seal, Xiao Hua would be the first to suffer. In fact, Xiao Hua already had a feeling that the seal on his middle dantian and the seal on his Naiwan Palace were definitely not isolated. The 2 seals should have a definite connection. Furthermore, these 2 seals might have to be unsealed at the same time. In the end, Old Wu still let it slip. If there was any mistake in the 2 seals, Xiao Hua's dantian and his Naiwan Palace would be in danger. This was simply imprisoning Xiao Hua under the seal. Senior. Senior, do you have any ideas? Xiaohua clearly knew how powerful this seal was, but he still felt lucky in his heart. He asked probingly, wanting to find a life-saving straw. Sigh. Venerable Wu sighed, shook his head and said, I'm a shaman of Meng Mountains, not a cultivator of your Dao sect. How could I possibly have studied this strange seal? Besides, even if I knew how to break this seal, I would need at least 3 shamans with the same cultivation base as me to break this seal. Moreover, the 3 of us would need to have excellent teamwork. As long as there was a slight mistake in breaking the seal, you would immediately be turned into ashes, and we would also be affected. Do you think you can let us do it without worry? Sigh, yes, different professions are like different mountains. Xiaohua also sighed, his heart was like dead ashes. Truly, the world was vast, and there were no more bumps in the road. After Xiaohua's eyebrows were raised in joy, he pondered slightly and asked in a low voice, when is a suitable time for me to go to Wumeng? Old Wu shook his head slightly. The shaman king didn't tell this old man, so of course I don't know. Then, can I go now? Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask again, his heart thumping wildly. Of course you can. Old Wu said with a smile, the shaman king's token is in little friend's hand, little friend can go there at any time. After getting the affirmative answer from old Wu, Xiaohua hesitated instead. He thought for a while and said, to remove my seal, it will definitely take the shaman king's great divine ability. Currently, the hardship of millions of people in Meng Mountains is not over yet. If I go there now, it will be somewhat threatening. In my opinion, why don't I wait for a few years, when the disaster of millions of people in Meng Mountains is over, then I'll pay a visit to the shaman king. Up to you. Old Wu shrugged his shoulders, which was rare for him. As long as you feel that the seal won't affect you too much these few years, you can go there at any time. And this seal should be fine. Xiaohua nodded, even if I have stepped into the nascent soul realm now, those people might not put me in their eyes. Besides, they haven't made any moves for so many years, so I think this negotiation won't be completed in 10 years. I can also take this time to improve my cultivation. When their bodies were full, these waterfalls gushed out from the bottom of their feet and rushed up to the top of their heads again. However, no matter what color these sword glows came from, after rushing up to the top of their heads, they all disappeared into the top of the old men's heads. As the sword glows disappeared, the old men's bodies trembled slightly, and a faintly discernible huge sword flashed out from their bodies. Rays of sword energy that seemed to be able to split open the blue sky rushed out, and then strangely disappeared in midair. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry came from outside of Lake Chui. Immediately, all of the sword lights above Lake Chui brightened. However, these sword lights disappeared in a flash. Even though the calm Lake Chui had tens of thousands of deep water marks, the entire Lake Chui was in a state of chaos. However, the sword lights around the 10 old men had disappeared. They were no different from the old men of the secular world. When the old men looked at the only opening in Lake Chui, they saw a rainbow of sword glows piercing through the hurricane and into the sky above Lake Chui. When the sword glows slowly disappeared, a slender huge sword was revealed. Before anyone could take a closer look, the huge sword trembled rapidly, and a tall and thin old man appeared from the huge sword. Looking at the Tai Azure Light Sword in Roa Tian's hand, he couldn't help but sigh. These 5 cyan light swords cost the cultivators of my sword domain a lot of effort, not to mention the time it took. Even if I had the confidence to forge these 5 cyan light swords, from the initial Tai Azure Light Sword to the final Tai Azure Light Sword, it took more than 10 years of effort. There were many dangers in the process. Several cyan light swords encountered obstacles. If it wasn't for the protection of my sword domain ancestors, these cyan light swords would have failed on the verge of success. AI, that's right. Roa Tian, who was the last to arrive, waved his hand. The fiery flying sword emitted a fiery cyan light. Roa Tian looked at the glaring cyan light and sighed. Innate metal chi and other items can be considered easy. But this innate true fire is extremely rare in my cold sword domain. If someone didn't know, even if you beat this old man to death, this old man wouldn't believe that this innate item was in the extreme north of my sword domain. The sword domain is bitterly cold. This cold chi must have forced the true fire to gather somewhere. Moreover, this true fire is definitely stronger than the true fire of the three kingdoms. But the sword domain is so vast, who knows where this true fire is gathered? Chong Taishu nodded. Miss Jiao Xia's ability is definitely not something we can compare to. Not only that. Roa Tian nodded. This Roa prostrates himself in admiration of Miss Jiao Xia. That day, when this Roa began to forge the Tai Azure Light Sword, she already said that although this Tai Azure Light Sword was the easiest to forge, she didn't even need to go there to know that the innate true fire of my sword domain has a cold nature. It's not suitable for the refinement of the Tai Azure Light Sword. I'm afraid that the refinement will succeed in the end. And as this Roa Tian thought, what's so special about these innate items? But who would have thought that her guess was right?